It's 5:40. Excuse us for being a little late. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting started so that we can get things rolling. Mr. Humphreys, if you wouldn't mind doing the roll call.
Ms. Daniels, Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Green,
Present.
Mr. Jones,
Here.
Ms. Rawls, Mr. Rodriguez,
Present.
Ms. Hill.
Present.
Thank you very much. We're going to move into committee business, and we are going to start with the office of the mayor. Good evening, gentlemen. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, and then I guess you have a presentation for the office of the mayor.
Good evening, Council, Madam President, Madam Vice President. I'm Sam Sikorsky, the Interim Business Administrator, Chief of Staff.
And I'm Antonio Magna, Special Assistant to the Business Administrator.
Thank you. And just to be clear, you're doing the office of the mayor, right? And then you'll do yours separately.
Correct.
Okay. So after we get done with the office of the mayor, then we'll start with yours. But I just want to make sure they don't run together so we have time for separate questions.
We also have a PowerPoint for the Equity and Compliance Office. So if you want to.
Okay, so we will do the mayor's office, then equity and compliance, then the business administrator.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Jared, next page. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't watching. So used to Jared being. Okay. The Chief Executive Officer of the Harrisburg, this is the mayor's description. Chief Executive Officer of the Harrisburg government. Harrisburg city government is a strong mayor council form of government. It's a full-time elected official and is the sole appointing authority of all departments and office directors and mayor's office staff. The mayor has broad discretionary executive and administrative authority under the provisions of the third-class optional city code of Pennsylvania, the city's charter, and the codified ordinances of the city of Harrisburg. The mayor is automatically a member of several public and quasi-public boards of directors, including the Tri-County Planning Commission and the Harrisburg Area Transportation Study Group, HATS for short. The mayor has broad policy-making authority and by executive order or other action can direct the use of municipal resources, including the setting of priorities for the use of resources. The office can assume an initiative role in matters, projects, and policies of a citywide or regional nature. Next slide, please. Mayor Williams will be sworn in as the 39th, was sworn in as the 39th mayor of the city of Harrisburg on January 3rd, 2022, and will be serving her second term starting in January of 2026. During her term, her first term, over 150 affordable and senior housing units opened, including J&B Gardens, Sycamore Homes, and Bethel Village. Major investments in public amenities such as the completion of FNB Stadium renovations, which are basically wrapping up as we speak, and the beginning of the Broad Street Market construction, which will be last until mid-2017. Next slide, please. Are there any significant budget changes from 2025 to 2026? There's no significant changes. Total budget increased about 0.8%, with reduction of 7.7 in non-salary line items. The next block is the diversity complement within the office, and you can read that for yourself. Are any current office employees bilingual? None that we are aware of. Budget questions. Have any job duties or responsibilities changed? The duties and responsibilities have not changed. However, there has been a significant increase in workload, amount of incoming calls, community assistance, referrals, and follow-ups, proclamation requests, marriage ceremonies, report writing, and meetings. Are there any vacancies? The mayor's office is fully staffed with no vacancies. Are there any new positions? There are no new positions. Some budget questions we received. Are there any salary increases larger than the standard increment? The only one would be the mayor's salary, and that was discussed at length last evening, and it's pending under Bill 15 of 2025. So the only thing I want to point out here is if the mayor's salary kept up with inflation, I did mention this last night, but I didn't have a concrete number, it would the salary would currently be $123,000 a year. So that's why I mentioned last evening that the 1.2% increase is significantly less than, it's only 44% of the average inflation rate. And there's some numbers there. I read these last night, so I'm not going to read them again, but talks about Bethlehem, Lancaster, Lebanon, Reading, and York. And we did send the spreadsheet that was asked for last night, so that was sent to the city clerk's office. So hopefully that you guys have got that. It was actually color-coded, so if anybody has any questions on that, we'd be happy to answer that. Budget questions are the 2026 budget items in line with the year-to-date budget. Year-to-date spending is in line with the 2026 proposals, with no current line items exceeding 92%. Are there any performance metrics that the office uses? The performance is evaluated annually based on the annual goals set by the mayor, the city budget, and the needs of the people of Harrisburg. How does the 2026 budget support office goals? The additional funds will help the office retain the highly qualified staff to continue answering public inquiries and assist the mayor and the city with numerous tasks needed across departments. And that's the end of the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions regarding that portion of the presentation. I'm going to open it up for questions. Starting to my far right, is Councilwoman Daniels here yet? Then I'm going to start with Councilwoman Davis.
Thank you, Vice President Green. I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. President Hill, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Okay, many of my questions were answered around the office's diversity complement, bilingual employees, excuse me, and the question regarding if any job duties or responsibilities changed over the course of the year. I want to note that council did receive the Excel spreadsheet that you referenced during last night's meeting in relation to Bill 15 of 2025. Excuse me. I would like to note that the highlighted positions throughout the spreadsheet in the coral color are all full-time positions. So the council salary that you mentioned for the city of Chester at $52,500 is a full-time role. That is the only full-time role out of the city council comparable city councils that you mentioned. In reference to the office of the mayor, all of the salaries that you mentioned are full-time. The city of Allentown, the city of Altoona, the city of Bethlehem, the city of Chester, the city of Easton, the city of Erie, the city of Hazleton, the city of Lancaster, the city of Lebanon, the city of Reading, the city of Wilkes-Barre, the city of Williamsport, and the city of York. In reference to the treasurer, there are 2 full-time treasurers operating across the Commonwealth, in the city of Erie with a salary of $48,000 and in the city of York with a salary of $50,000. In reference to the controller, the majority of the cities that you referenced, there is a full-time controller present with the exception of 3. The city of Easton, their controller is a part-time position, and the salary is $22,389. The city of Lancaster, the part-time salary is $8,500, and the city of York, the part-time salary is $20,000. I do have other questions. One moment. Maybe I don't. Okay, I think you answered all of the questions to date at this point, so I don't have any other questions. I would have loved to have this conversation with the mayor herself, so thank you.
I just want to add one point. I did talk to Pennsylvania Municipal Retirement System today, and I did order an analysis from them on the question from Councilwoman Daniels from last night. I asked her to expedite it quickly, so as soon as I get it, I will forward it to the city clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Rawls. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Sam and Antonio, for joining us this evening. Thank you for your presentation on the mayor's office. I did have a few questions, but they were questions directly for the mayor. But I do have one I can direct to you, Mr. Sokowski. Do you know currently where we are with formerly the American Rescue Plan dollars, which is now no longer for the senior programming? We did have a conversation around that and came up that it would be an RFP process, would make it fair and equitable for all senior living programming. Do we know if that process has begun yet? If not, will those dollars roll over so we can continue that and hopefully get the seniors some services?
Well, there was a brief discussion this afternoon, but I didn't have a chance in getting prepared for tonight's meeting. I didn't have a chance to have a detailed discussion with her about that, but I think the issue that we have is that you still only have one certified senior center within the community. But it was mentioned in passing, and I didn't have the time or the effort, or not the effort.
Yeah, I would definitely encourage you to have the effort.
I didn't have the time to actually get into it in great detail, so I can't really answer the question with any kind of authority. So.
I understand. That's just a bit concerning because we would love to see that, in the play for the seniors. Do you know if those dollars will roll over so that conversation will continue, or what will happen with that?
Yeah, they'll still be there.
With that $250,000.
So whenever decisions made of where to disperse those, whether it's with the senior center or elsewhere, then those dollars will go there.
Okay. If I can help in any way, I'd just love to see this implemented and on go and greenlit. So thank you for being here this evening. Nothing further, Madam Vice President.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones, any
No
questions or
questions.
comments?
No questions.
Thank you very much. I believe that wraps up the questions for the Office of the Mayor. Since your presentation's already up for the Office of the Business Administrator, we'll roll into that one next, and then we can do equity and compliance.
Okay. Okay, next screen, okay. Business Administrator's description, Chief of Staff and performs risk management, technological personnel, and central administrative functions of the city. Authority to oversee the direct management of all city departments, which are under the administrative jurisdiction of the mayor, as well as the interaction with agencies which are outside the executive branch, and directly manages 6 bureaus. That's the business development, communications, community development, information technology, human resources, licensing, taxation, and central support, and serves as the mayor's designee on various boards and commissions. Some of the accomplishments we had in 2025, and I want to extend a great thank you to my assistant. You started in what, June, July? Okay, so we able to manage to get a lot of things done in that period of time. Developed and implemented the 2025 Affordable Housing Development Grant, which resulted in $7.75 million in awards to 13 developers that plan to build over 220 affordable housing units, and we're waiting for those grant agreements to be forwarded to us from the Law Bureau. We also developed and oversaw the trash bill forgiveness program, along with William out of the Law Bureau, who was very helpful. And we've forgiven slightly over $1 million in delinquent trash bills, with the third phase being launched later in December. Can you add anything to that at all?
Just that the third phase, we're currently finishing reviewing the list, and that will be ideally launched sometime next week. So People like in the previous phases, it'll be good towards residents, and they will receive a letter if they're qualified in the mail. And if they do, then they can return an application. If they do not receive a letter, then they're not qualified under the next phase.
Okay. Building future investments in the city includes possible new TV franchise agreements with Comcast and Verizon. And we also have RACP investments totaling over $1 billion through 21 itemization requests. That is actually new legislation that's pending. It's with the governor's office. It has to go through the state House of Representatives and also the Senate, and may be signed off by the governor. There's no guarantee that all 21 of those itemization requests will make it through, but we're hopeful. When we sent that to our local legislative delegation, that it was passed on by them without any changes whatsoever. So, are there any significant budget changes from 2025 to 2026? There are no significant changes in the budget. And the diversity complement, you can take a look for yourself, I guess. There's just the two of us. Any current office employees in bilingual? The answer to that would be no. Did the office acquire any grants or complete any special projects? We do oversee the grant department. We did a submittal of an LSA grant totaling $1 million for the Public Works Building. And we did a Dauphin County Gaming Grant submittal totaling $250,000 for the Fire Station 1. Working with the Governor's Office and the Commonwealth on RACP designations, we submitted 2 RACP applications, one for $13.2 million for the Broad Street Market and $6.2 million for the MLK Junior Building. And those grants are all pending. So we don't have definite answers on whether they'll be awarded. We don't expect that to happen until probably mid-year next year. So, except for the one RACP, which we have it on an expedited process, and we're hoping to find out rather soon, but I can't tell you exactly when. Are there any status updates for the ARPA-related project within the office? The Affordable Housing Grant and Trash Bill Forgiveness I touched upon earlier. So if you want me to reiterate that, I can. A total of $10 million was allocated to programs for ARPA monies, 7.75 for affordable housing, and over $1 million has been spent so far on the trash bill forgiveness, with the other $1 million hopefully going out with the next phase. But it depends what kind of response we get. I think the first phase that we did, we got a 50% response. Are there any vacancies? There's no vacancies in the business administrator's office. We're fully staffed, and there are no new positions expected. Are the 2026 budget items in line with the year-to-date budget? The year-to-date spending is in line with the 2026 proposals, with no lines items currently exceeding 87% of the current budget. Are there any salary increases larger than the standard increment? And the answer to that is no. Are there any performance metrics that the office uses? The business administrator's office uses the adopted budget as well as a variety of internal metrics to determine whether the city, its staff are meeting expectations, including comparisons with other third-class cities, positional comparisons in both the public and private sector, and guidelines for the programs established by the Commonwealth and the federal government. How does the 2026 budget support the office goals? The budget increases will enable the business administrators to accomplish more tasks with staff support over a larger regional impact at conferences and meetings, and also hire a government relations specialist. I know this came up before. Another name for that position would be a lobbyist. I know the fire department brought this up. There is a budget line item in the business administrator's budget for, don't recall the number off the top of my head. I can look it up in the book. It has $64,000 budget. That is for the lobbyists that we have maintained in this year's budget.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to questions, starting this time to my far left with Councilman Jones. Any questions?
No questions.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. When you mentioned the lobbyist, was that the firm that came in front of us earlier in the year?
Well, I think we might want to reopen it and take another look at it. But it could be that firm, it could be another firm. I didn't participate in that process, so I can't say that'd be the firm I would want. It could be, or it might not be. It's like, I'm just saying that there's money in there for a lobbyist, whether it's them or somebody else. I think that would be determined. I think we'd want to have some participation and maybe go through a process of selecting a potential lobbyist. But they could help us in a lot of different ways. Like, for example, the $2 million that we got for the fire department, that was, I can give a lot of credit to Chief Enterline for doing that. But I think having a lobbyist there would have been helpful. These RAC-P things that we're doing, you're talking potentially $1 billion available to the city over a 10-year period of time. I think having a lobbyist there would be helpful. Affecting legislation that would be beneficial to the state capitol. The reason I was given last year when I brought this up is that there were vacancies in the business administrator's office, in the communications office, and in the finance director's position. Those all been filled for close to a year. So I think it's time to address that position.
And Chief Enterline did mention that when he was in front of us recently, on the importance of that. And then also, do you foresee the remaining $1 million from the trash relief initiative being allocated before the end of the year, or not?
I don't think so. It would be probably, it would take a month or two, I would say, at least.
Okay.
Because you got to send the letters out, then you got to get a response. People are very slow to respond, and we usually give them, 15 days? We usually give them 15 days to respond, and they usually respond at the last minute.
And then what cycle are we on right now with the relief? Is it 24, 25, or 23, 24?
I think it's the end of 23 into 24.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. President Hill, any questions?
Yes, I have a few questions. But for the meeting record, I'd like to note that you've been serving in your role for 424 days. That's roughly 14 months, 61 weeks. Now, I don't know if this question is pertinent for you or if it was better directed toward the mayor's office. But we were directed toward the mayor's office and or your office regarding the long-term plan for the director of building and housing. If there's no plan, are there any plans for the role to remain at an interim status?
I don't know of any plans to have a permanent search in place. I think the mayor wishes to have the current interim director there. She's cleaning up that office tremendously. There were some issues from the prior person that was there. So, I think the main thing is the mayor needs to have people in place to help her govern, and she feels that Gloria is the person to do that.
Again, I do wish that she was here to articulate this herself. So if there are no plans for a search or to open up the role for application, I guess that's that. So I just think it's unfortunate that others are not provided an opportunity. The Building and Housing Department historically has been a catastrophe. So I think every person that's been in the role has been cleaning up a mess. There's no clear succession planning within that department. But I think it's unfortunate that other individuals that may have the qualifications will not have an opportunity to apply for the role. My other questions relating to the diversity complement and if there are any bilingual employees was answered. I do have additional questions regarding the trash bill forgiveness program. Can you please provide an update on the number of residents to date that have that had their trash bill forgiven?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it is somewhere north of 250.
Okay. Well, I would like to know a clear number on that, please. And is there a deadline for the second phase of this program? It just notes in December So what are the dates? The application will open up or remain open until when?
So whenever we send the letter out, it'll be 15 days from that date. We haven't sent the letters out yet, so we don't know the exact timeline yet. But as I said, our goal is to send it out next week. So it would be 15 days from whenever the exact date next week we would send it out. If it gets pushed back, then it'll be 15 days from then.
Okay. So if you send it out on Monday, are you prepared to? I mean, I just think with 15 days from next week, you'll be running into the new year. Is there a reason why it wasn't sent maybe last Monday, December 1st?
We've just been working through the lists. It's a complicated process with the help from the Law Bureau and others. We know the new list is going to be over 500 people, so it's a lot to review and a lot to create. So it just took time.
And how many people were on the initial list that you said about 250 residents were able to have?
It was
their
around
judgment?
500, and I'll send the
Okay.
report, the updated report over after the meeting here. But yeah, it's roughly 250 returned out of 500.
Okay, thank you. I would like to see those numbers, and then if you could please let us know when the letter is sent out next week. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Davis.
Thank you, Vice President Green. My questions were answered already, so thank you.
Oh, great.
Thank you very much. It looks like Councilwoman Daniels has joined us. Do you have any questions or comments for the Office of the Business Administrator?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones?
Yes, my question is for Neil Grover, Solicitor. If this position is defunded, business administrator, what's the process?
The process is that you make a motion to amend the budget. That budget then actually gets physically amended by numbers, and those amendments get read into the actual ordinance document, which is the short version that you see that has every fund and category on it. It takes 4 votes to reduce. Take a motion and a second and 4 votes. The mayor then would have the option to veto that, and the council would have the option to override that veto.
And at any point, does it open up the position, as Council President Hill alluded to, not having this position open when this?
So you would have no funding for the position anymore, so
Okay.
it wouldn't open up the position to be filled.
All right. So then,
So there are ripple effects with the business administrator. It's one of the statutory positions, and in our code, it has a provision, if there is a business administrator, the following apply, with duties and responsibilities and those along the lines. So it would essentially be an attempt for a forced reorganization of city government.
and so can you answer for me and the public as well? If this takes place, because this business administrator was voted down 5-2, right? He's still serving, and our laws, ordinances, our charter, it states that the mayor has the right to appoint and council must approve. However, he was voted down, and he's still serving. So what's the process?
So I think we've been through this sort of public dance many times at this point. The process is simply that under the only case law on the appointment power in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the courts have said that the appointment is specifically and only a power that cannot be taken away from the appointing authority. That in this case, that is the mayor. And the approval is a legislative power that cannot be abridged for the council members, right? So there's 2 powers. That's why I said again, this is a political issue everywhere where there's appointment and confirmation. That just is. And it's intended to be that way in the structure of our constitutional form of government in the nation and in the state. So at that point, what the courts have said is the appointing authority can just keep reappointing the same person.
But that hasn't happened, though. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Well, I know this because in the history of the city under former rejections, they moved to the solution, the working solution was interim. I think, as you know, we're not the only city that does interims because these are hard positions to fill. We had under Mayor Papenfuss a 3-year period without a business administrator.
So even as using that term interim,
Yep.
120 days, right?
No, I don't. Interim is
Unless you
You're not, I have not said the interim is the same as acting. It says acting in the law. It doesn't say interim. That was the workaround.
All right, no further
A
questions.
judge would have to say otherwise.
No further questions. Thank you. Vice President Green.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments for the Office of the Business Administrator?
Can I make one point?
Yes, you're always welcome.
The vote was reported at 5-2, it was actually 4-3, so.
Thank you very much. We are going to move forward to the Office of Equity and Compliance. You said you had a presentation for? Good evening. Nice to formally meet you. If you wouldn't mind, if you would use, those microphones work a lot better.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and then going through your presentation, then we'll open up for questions at the end.
Thank you, and good evening, President Hill and Vice President Green and Council. My name is Dina Jandari, and I serve as the Interim Chief Equity and Compliance Officer. Next slide, please. Now, what I've done is just provide a contents of the report and just a map on what I'll be talking about this evening. Next slide. So the role and evolution of the Office of Equity and Compliance. The role has expanded significantly in response to the city's current climate, including rising immigration challenges, increasing community need, and growing demand for clearer economic pathways. And I just want to state that the foundation had been laid when I came into this position. As you can see there on the slides, that what I meant by what I just said is that, you know, the policy have a internally focused DEI position, which that is the foundation that was presented for me, has evolved into a modern public-facing leadership role that requires strategic problem-solving, rapid response, and direct engagement with residents, businesses, and community partners. Grounded in the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion, the office is working to ensure that all stakeholders can navigate the city processes, access available resources, and fully participate in Harrisburg's economic life. My responsibilities include strengthening the small business ecosystem, supporting existing businesses and contractors, advancing economic mobility, and increasing access and opportunity across all areas of city operations. This work aligns directly with the administration's priorities, transparencies, partnerships, business readiness, and measurable community impact, ensuring that our efforts produce real, visible results for the community. As a result of this, I kind of look at it as serving a dual role and acting as a strategic advisor to the mayor. And what I mean by that is presenting to her new ideas and programming and training and how we can get the community involved in understanding what their opportunities are and navigating through that process. And then also functioning as an essential resource for residents, contractors, and the city's emerging workforce. This report will reflect the accomplishments achieved during this period from the time that I was hired, July 14th, till now. And it will outline the key initiatives we will continue to advance in 2026 as we strengthen the city's commitment to equitable access, accountability, and community-centered opportunity. So since July 14th, 2025, I have led a focus effort within the Office of Equity and Compliance to strengthen Harrisburg's economic mobility, workforce readiness, and business support systems. This work has centered on building the infrastructure, partnerships, and accountability mechanisms needed to ensure fair access to opportunities across the city processes. With the support of my special assistant, Ahmad Collins, who could not be here this evening, We have launched high-impact programs, expanded cross-sector collaborations, and implemented data-driven tools that enhance transparency and drive measurable results. Together, these initiatives position the city to deliver a more inclusive, business-ready, and growth-focused future for residents and local enterprises. Thank you. We launched 2 foundational access and opportunity programs. The first is the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Mentoring Information and Resource Network. The DBE Mentoring Information and Resource Network is the city of Harrisburg's new business concierge service. That's how I like to look at it when I talk about this, and guiding new and existing businesses through certification compliance, vendor registration, and contracting within the city through biweekly sessions that are held here in the chamber, and hands-on support. The Mentoring Information Resource Network strengthens business readiness, expands the DBE pipeline, and increases local participation in procurement opportunities. The program is powered by strategic partnerships, including Members First, MidPenn Bank, and I have 2 new partners, which would be Wells Fargo and M&T Bank, that provide training and financial wellness. We had an expert, a subject matter expert here a month ago to talk about cybersecurity. I am now looking for an AI expert and business development to be able to talk to the contractors or the participants about how to protect their businesses. By streamlining access to resources and building business capacity, the Mentoring Information Resource Network helps attract firms, contractors, small businesses back to Harrisburg and drives inclusive economic growth across the city. The next one is the HOPE Internship Program. HOPE stands for Harrisburg Opportunities for Professional Experience. This is and will be the city's first citywide internship pipeline designed to open doors for young professionals and prepare them for meaningful careers. HOPE gives students, and I just want to stop there because the students that I'm looking to have in this program are juniors and seniors. I meet with the superintendent. He loves the idea of this program. And then also I have a meeting coming up with Dr. Ski at Harrisburg, at HAC, Harrisburg, and then Harrisburg University. I'll be reaching out to them as well. So HOPE gives students real exposure to public service by placing them in city departments. I want to pause there for a minute as well. I have spoken to the directors here, and they love the idea of having interns, specifically Public Works. But all the other departments were receptive of this as well, where they can receive hands-on experience, mentorship, and practical career guidance. The program equips participants with essential professional and leadership skills while also strengthening their financial confidence through training programs by Members First, MidPenn Bank, and Wells Fargo. By combining workplace experience with mentorship and financial literacy, HOPE creates a well-rounded pathway that supports both professional and personal growth. Launching in 2026, HOPE will help build the city's future workforce by connecting youth, I like to say young professionals, and emerging professionals to high-quality opportunities, expanding access to career preparation, and creating a sustainable talent pipeline for Harrisburg. The program reflects the city's commitment to investing in our youth, our young professionals, supporting their long-term success, and growing local talent that will help shape Harrisburg's future. As part of our commitment to strengthening financial readiness across the community, through partnership with MidPenn Bank and Bonsai, Harrisburg has its first digital financial literacy classroom. This modern online platform provides residents, students, and emerging professionals with practical financial education, covering budgeting, credit building, savings, and long-term planning. The digital classroom is now fully integrated into both the Mentoring Information and Resource Network program and the Hope Internship Pipeline, ensuring that local businesses, youth, and emerging professionals gain the financial confidence and skills needed to support personal stability, entrepreneurship, and long-term economic mobility. In 2026, but I did this just last week, I want to say, or 2 weeks ago, I registered the city to be a registered apprenticeship sponsor, sponsor. I completed the process to register the city of Harrisburg as an official registered apprenticeship sponsor, a major step to establish the foundation for the GROW internship certification program. GROW stands for Guided Readiness and Opportunity for Workforce. This designation positions the city to directly develop and oversee apprenticeship pathways that lead residents into high demand and skilled occupations. Through the GROW program, participants will gain access to paid on-the-job training, classroom instruction, the industry-recognized credentials, strengthening economic mobility, and meeting the workforce needs of local employers. This structure also creates meaningful opportunities for re-entry populations, providing a clear pathway toward stable employment and helping reduce recidivism. By securing registered sponsor status, the city will be equipped to build sustainable talent pipelines, expand partnerships with regional employers and training providers, and support long-term workforce development that benefits both residents and Harrisburg's economic future. I have strengthened cross-department coordinations. I improved alignment across the city's departments, including procurement, economic development, mercantile, building and housing development, and codes. To streamline how vendors and contractors navigate city processes and required codes. This coordinated approach helps businesses move more efficiently through licensing, permitting, inspection, certification, compliance, and contracting by strengthening communication and support across these departments. The city is reducing barriers for entrepreneurs and providing clearer, more consistent guidance for contractors working in Harrisburg. I've expanded community and strategic partnerships. I expanded the city's network of community and strategic partners to strengthen our ability to deliver high-quality training, opportunity for workforce development, resources. New partnerships with Members First, Federal Credit Union, MidPenn Bank, Wells Fargo, and M&T have enhanced our financial literacy offerings, access to capital. I'm sorry, I don't know why my eye is watering. Access to capital sessions and support for both emerging and established businesses. So let me pause there for a second and just let me explain what the sessions look like. So for the DBE Mentoring Information Resource Network, that's twice a month, the first Thursday and the third Thursday of each month. And like I said, it's held here. The first session is what I call the mapping. I provide the information with QR codes that direct them straight to the departments. The communication that we have, and I have some people that have come and participate and support the program. These are seasoned legacy contractors that are looking for an opportunity to be able to mentor young people and up-and-coming individuals that are looking to start a business here. So what better way than to have professionals come and mentor? The second session on that third Thursday provides the subject matter experts from the community partners to come in and talk about different topics, speak on different topics. And it provides that, that closeness and that personal, building personal relationships with maybe a bank or a financial institution somebody may not have even thought to consider looking for funding. Moving forward, collaboration with ProRank Academy, the first diversity, equity, and inclusion ecosystem. That was huge, just being able to learn about them, being able to access that, because my office is really about working smarter and not harder, because their system is designed to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, specifically with regard to publicly funded jobs and projects by helping diverse individuals and business owners educate, network, and get work. So it's everything that I am doing with the DBE enhanced by 10. And I'm thankful that I'm able to work with that group. In addition, working with the business leaders, such as the 2025 Entrepreneur of the Year, Tariq Castile. He has brought real-world insight and mentorship into our programming, especially for small, minority-owned, and disadvantaged businesses seeking to scale. These partnerships reflect how our office is committed to working smarter, not harder, by leveraging community expertise. And together we are strengthening Harrisburg's entrepreneurial ecosystem, expanding workforce pipelines, and ensuring that businesses and residents have access to tools, knowledge, and relationships needed to grow and succeed. Building the foundation for equitable growth. Our work centers on strengthening the systems, partnerships, and programs that make opportunities more accessible for residents and contractors and businesses by modernizing processes, expanding workforce pathways, and improving coordination across city operations. We're in the process of creating the conditions for a long-term equitable economic growth in Harrisburg. So my accomplishments. In 2025, the Office of Equity and Compliance delivers foundational progress across programs, partnerships, and systems that improve how residents, businesses, and contractors engage with the city. These accomplishments reflect our commitment to strengthening economic mobility, enhancing transparency, and positioning Harrisburg for sustainable growth. The 2026 strategic initiatives. So what I'm looking to do in 2026. The Office of Equity and Compliance will advance strategic initiatives that strengthen transparency, expand opportunity, and again, modernize city systems and build a more business-ready and economically mobile Harrisburg. These efforts emphasize communications, accountability, workforce development, expanded partnerships, and stronger engagement with local businesses and training providers. Another thing that is new on the horizon is the Equity and Compliance newsletter. I will be meeting with Michelle, and I have been meeting with her, but solidifying that partnership with ProRank Academy has really helped me to really navigate what that website, my webpage is going to look like, and the access opportunity continuity document. So the newsletter is going to be new. That is going to launch in the beginning of the year, and it's going to redesign the website to make resources easier in access. Along with these communication improvements, my office has developed the Access and Opportunity Continuity document. I worked as a military consultant for 15 years, and we were trained to always have a document that whomever followed up after that person could have a Bible, so to speak, and a pathway to help the transition easier and to build. So I've created that document. It's an operational guide for sustaining and strengthening the programs, systems, and performance measures that expand opportunity for, again, residents, businesses, and contractors. This is an internal document, and it will be easy for me to pull from and be able to get my reports done. The document ensures continuity, transparency, and accountability across city operations, regardless of the staff or leadership changes. The continuity document outlines how major initiatives such as the DBE Mentoring Information Resource Network and HOPE Internship Pipeline and the Guided Readiness and Opportunity for Workforce Apprenticeship Program are structured, managed, and evaluated. It standardizes data collection, reporting expectations, and cross-department coordination so progress remains consistent and measurable over time. Organized around 5 performance pillars, which would be contracting and procurement, workforce access program participation, community engagement, and compliance and accountability. The document provides a unified framework for tracking outcomes and maintaining institutional knowledge. By defining clear roles, reporting schedules, governance structures, and performance metrics, the continuity document protects the city's progress and ensures that expanding opportunities remain a long-term priority for Harrisburg's economic and community development. I also created an access and opportunity dashboard. This too is an internal document and a centralized data across contracting and workforce development, program participation, and engagement. And it's a tool strengthening for transparency purposes, supports leadership decision-making, and ensures continuity across administrations by consolidating performance information into one unified system. In 2026, plan to expand the HOPE internship pipeline. The expanded HOPE internship pipeline will offer multi-department placements. I made mention of that before, with mentors, leadership and development, financial literacy, and hands-on experience. HOPE strengthens the city's long-term workforce pipeline and deepens partnerships with educational institutions, financial institutions, and community organizations. And in 2026, I will focus on building these partnerships, aligning pathways with the HOPE internship pipeline and DBE, along with the apprenticeship program GROW. They are all going to work together. Business attraction and engagement strategies. The refreshed business attraction and engagement strategy will include vendor welcome packages, quarterly industry roundtable discussions, and expanded business concierge service through Mentoring Information and Resource Network, strengthening partnerships with financial institutions, business leaders, apprenticeship providers, and legacy contractors, as you see behind me, will help businesses navigate city processes, certification, compliance, and contracting codes, and permitting and increasing participation among local, small, and minority-owned and emerging firms. Looking ahead in 2026, the Office of Equity and Compliance will deepen partnerships, strengthen workforce pathways, and improve how residents and business access city services. My priority is advancing the Mentoring Information Resource Network, the Harrisburg Opportunity for Professional and Experience, and for GROW apprenticeship program while modernizing systems and communications to make Harrisburg more accessible, business-ready, and opportunity-driven. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to start with questions. So I'm going to start to my far right with Councilwoman Daniels. Do you have any questions or comments?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Davis, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Vice President Green. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here this evening and your team behind you. That was a lot, you know. Can you hear me? Okay, turn this around. You know, I was just thinking about the previous equity and inclusion officer who was here, Mr. Singleton, and sounds like you're picking up where he left off, basically. So a few questions. That
Yes,
was a
ma'am.
lot. It was very. It was music to my ears. Because this is what we've been looking for,
Thank you.
you know, to be able to capture the talent of our young professionals, business owners here in the city who have been having a difficult time with access, certifications, and to know that you're working with Mr. Castile, and then ProRank, which I don't know much about ProRank, but
They're heaven.
it's good to see this initiative initially, and you have a team. So when you mentioned that your primary goal is to focus on apprenticeship, can you elaborate on that a little bit in terms of, is it construction or?
Yeah,
What?
so in speaking with some of the contractors that participate in my program, a lot of them don't meet the city requirements. They're the city requirements. You must be a master electrician and a master plumber. So in speaking with Mr. Sam, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but he'll be here later. It's Miss Rebecca's assistant for grants. He has an extensive background at the Department of Labor. So I just wanted to pick his brain and just see if this could be conducive, if we could do something like this, because when people are coming here, I want to be able to give them an option. In the research that I've done, it's non-existing. And I just feel like if we provided opportunities for them to not focus so hard, to go through a strenuous process through the state, if we're able to create a space where they can come in and meet the qualifications of the city, I believe that the contractors would be more inclined and feel like they had that support. So just a few of the people that I've spoken to, I'm like, the worst that they could say is no. And I believe right now we're sitting at a really good opportunity to at least try this. It's not anything that's going to happen overnight.
Right.
It is a long process,
Right.
but that is a goal of mine in 2026.
Okay, a very noble goal, I might say. Do you have any students currently? Are you working with any students right now? Or is
Actually,
it-
So Tark and I are going to be meeting soon because I want to be able to provide that resource to anybody that comes here that may be looking for an apprenticeship opportunity.
Okay.
So next month I will be, as far as the HOPE program, that's when I'm really going to go hard and launch. And I want to build the anticipation for the summer. From what I understand and what I was told by Sam, we do have, and Antonio, we do have that in the budget for interns. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that not every student is looking to go to a four-year institution. And if I could provide an opportunity for them to consider trades, then this is just a perfect marriage of what could possibly grow in the city of Harrisburg.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass for now. I'll come back
Okay.
with more questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much. President Hill, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
So first, you're serving in an interim capacity as the Chief Equity and Compliance Officer. So you began the role
July 14th.
July 14th, 2025. So that was 149 days ago, 4 months and 21 weeks. You said a lot. And I think the best way for me to begin my line of questioning is to read the job description. This is the job description for the Chief Equity and Compliance Officer. I'm just going to go to the essential functions. This position involves planning, organization, and execution of day-to-day operational compliance activities. Additionally, this person will help create and maintain a strong compliance framework for advancing racial and social equity in the city of Harrisburg, developing policies and programs that advance systemic changes, overseeing and monitoring the implementation of a compliance program, monitor compliance with all applicable city, state, and federal ordinances and legislation, acts as the city liaison in these matters, and prepares necessary reports to document same. Provide guidance, advice, training, and strategic direction to departments and city officials. Independently investigate and act on matters related to compliance. Creating and monitoring review processes. Research, statistical analysis, compilation of data, and reports as needed, including monthly, quarterly, and annual. Represents the city and mayor's office at various public functions, attends meetings, and will always operate in accordance with policies, procedures, code of ethics, and standards as it relates to the city of Harrisburg. Maintains regular, punctual, and predictable attendance, reports to work, and remains at work in a productive condition, which includes not being under the influence or impaired by the use of alcohol and/or drugs. Establishes and maintains an effective working relationship with supervisors, co-workers, and the general public. Completes all assignments in an efficient, consistent, and timely manner. Now, I read that because you said a lot, and a lot of what you said, quite honestly, if I'm being very honest, I think you would be the perfect candidate for a community and economic development role. Are any of the programs you mentioned active, or are they all still being developed and determined?
So thank you for that question, and if I may take a few steps back, that's the importance of having a continuity document. Had I had a continuity document, I would have been able to follow where it was left off. So that's why it's so important.
Well, I have questions about that later,
Okay,
but first,
so-
are any of the programs you mentioned active, or are they still being developed?
No, they're active.
They're all active?
My DBE program is active. It launched November 6th of this year, and we meet, like I said, twice a month right here in the chamber. And the first night I had 23 participants. The second was with Members First, and they were here for cybersecurity. It was 5 of us. And then just last week, gentlemen, last Thursday, it was 6 of us. And what I'd like to highlight about that is there was a gentleman who is looking to start his own dessert, like restaurant, or not a restaurant, but just a shop. And he brought in product. He brought in his cupcakes. So that's meaningful that they have the opportunity to network, to connect, to show off their product, and to be able to make those connections. The Harrisburg, the
Hope
program,
internship program.
that is launching in January. And if I may say, I love this position. I hear what you're saying, but I love this position. I'm
just
really
asking
wish
questions.
that there was something that I could lean on as I when I started. But my background really is in public facing and in community. And I feel like with any program that you create and you include the community and you're helping them. Last week I had a master plumber tell me that he didn't believe that there was somebody there looking to help him as a minority business owner. And when he left there last week, he mentioned that he will be at every one of my programs.
Excellent. Okay, the Hope internship program will launch in January, so technically that's not active right now. What about the GROW program? Everything had an acronym, so make
Yes,
sure I have them correct.
yes.
GROW. What
That's
about
not,
that one?
that is when I registered the city to be a apprenticeship program. And like I said, that's going to take a year. I began the process. The
Okay.
one that's active right now that I am hosting programs is the DBE mentoring information.
Okay,
I'm
I
sorry
have
for
some other questions.
Mhm.
You mentioned a report at the very, very beginning of what you were, all of what you said. I don't know. I was just curious to know when we could expect to receive it.
Are you
The
talking
job
about the
description.
equity and compliance report? The
I guess so. I don't know. Like I said, I was trying to take notes because all that you mentioned is sort of vastly different from your quarterly reporting that we've read. So I was just trying to take notes and make sure that I understood what was happening.
And that is because, if I may, President Hill, because I'm evolving. And
I
I'm
see.
not
There's a lot
stopping.
going on.
And I started day one.
Okay.
When I was hired, I started day one. So
Okay.
it would be different.
Okay. For the Hope internship program, are these minority students that you are courting? You said juniors and seniors, high school juniors and seniors. Are they attending Harrisburg schools? How many students will participate in the program? Is it paid? How long is the program? Is there a final project? Is there something in writing that details this program?
Yes, it does. And there is. And I'll be more than happy to give that to you.
Sure, if you could please
I
share
was
that.
supposed to meet with the superintendent last week. He had something else that he needed to take care of, but I am on the books to meet with him on the 18th, I believe. And what was the other?
I asked a few. So are these minority students
So-
that you're courting for this program?
I want to talk to the superintendent
Okay.
because he is well aware of this program. And
Okay.
I would like for him to coordinate a time or help me meet with some of the teachers, the educators there, and see what students would be best for the program or interested in the program.
So wait, let me go back. You said that this was launching in January of 2026. So does that mean that you are beginning to accept applications for this program in January of 2026?
What I said was that I am going to launch it and build the anticipation for the program. So I thought
Okay.
that I would have been able to be prepared to give you more because I was supposed to meet with the superintendent last week and I was not able to because he had another commitment.
Okay. So how many students is there a goal of how many students you
Antonio.
anticipate or hope will participate? Oh, look at that, hope. How many people do you hope will participate in the internship program?
Remember, I can't really remember how many that we had said, but
Do you know, Antonio?
we had a
No?
conversation
Okay.
about this, but it's in my notes, and I can make sure that you get that information. And
Sure.
also, yes, it will be a paid.
Oh, yes, it
program.
will be paid. Is there a
Yes.
stipend, or how does payment work? What is the,
From what I understand, Sam had told me that this was in the budget. So these are conversations that we need to have and see what this looks like.
okay, well, I'll look for the appropriation. I'll make note of that. How long will the program be?
It's the summer program.
Oh, over the summer.
Yes.
Okay. And is there like a final project, or what do you hope the students will get out of this?
Yes. So in partnership with Wells Fargo, we had a discussion that my contact there, and I'm sorry, her name escapes me. We were just talking about how social media can be deceiving and just how some of our youth or young professionals, I like to call them, are quick to spend $1, right? And not understanding that if what you don't have, that you should challenge yourself to be able to save and just teaching that. So yes, it will be a capstone project.
Of them saving money with Wells Fargo?
No,
Okay.
it will be a capstone project, and we will talk about savings. We'll talk about spending. We'll talk about all of the things that will, if once we have these meetings with them, and how they can be responsible. So
Is
right
the
now-
capstone project outlined in the information
Yes, it
for the
is.
program? Okay.
Yes,
Well,
it
I'll
is.
look to read that.
Okay.
Okay, you mentioned evaluation metrics for all of the programming that you mentioned. 5 pillars, and then you talked about the continuity document. That's an internal document as well as the dashboard, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And who will have access to these documents, or who are you sharing the information with? The mayor's office?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Okay. In the job description, it notes that there's a compilation of data and reports as needed, including monthly, quarterly, and annual. So will that information be found on either of the continuity document or the dashboard?
So all of that will help me
Okay.
in establishing an impact report for the year, and it helps me with my quarterly reports. It would not be anything where I would have to search for it as I do my programming, make any contacts. I am updating that and making sure that that it's accessible, and if the
Okay.
mayor needs anything, that I'm able to pull that quickly.
Okay. My last question, Pro Rank Academy, I remember Mr. Singleton mentioning Pro Rank Academy, and with the roundtables that he hosted, Pro Rank Academy was present. So I just wanted to clarify that partnership was present before you arrived. Is that correct?
Yes, it was, and
Okay.
you're actually on there, and I started following you.
Oh, okay.
So yes.
Okay. Yeah, you followed me today. I got an
Yes.
email. Trying to think if there's anything else. I guess a comment. It seems to me like there should have been something, because Mr. Collins was still here. So it was my understanding that he had access to data or something relative to the monthly spend in each of the departments or bureaus. Is that something that exists, doesn't exist? Are you privy to that information? Are you doing something with it?
I do get the monthly spend.
Okay.
Ahmad does help me as my special assistant. The problem with the monthly spend, and this goes back to continuity. It goes back to a standard. I didn't know what I was looking at when it came to the monthly spend. I wasn't sure what was a DBE vendor. I wasn't sure of it. So now what we have done is, so I can better understand what I'm looking at, is we are updating the documents. He was able to explain everything to me because he's been in the position for quite some time.
Right, that's what I'm
My-
saying. There was something present when you arrived, and if he was able to share that at least.
Being the Chief Equity and Compliance Officer, and from my background and the standards and how I work, I was looking for something a little bit more concrete. That's just me. So because of how I'm used to doing things and organizing, I just wanted to follow. I wanted to create that. So with the next person, should this position still be available, that they would have something concrete.
Okay. I guess I don't want to hold anyone else up from their line of questioning or questions that they may have for you. Going back to the evaluation and the metrics, I recognize that that will be present in these documents that nobody can see, but will they be shared in the impact report that you mentioned for the year, or is there some way that they will be made available to the public
Absolutely.
for reference?
And that
Because I think that all of the programming that you mentioned, you're one person and you do have Mr. Collins. Do you believe that you have the capacity to oversee all of this stuff that you said over the course of a year? That's very, very, very ambitious. Not saying that you can't do it, because I don't know you that well, but you just mentioned a lot, and the goals of achieving a lot over the next year. So I just want to make sure that, and I say this to Parks and Rec too, 5 and 6 people, that's great, but do you really think that is successful? Are you really making an impact? Because it decreased. The first one, you had 23 people. So what happened? Where are those people? Does the date and time not work? I just don't want you to
I
do
hear
all
you.
of this work for 5 or 6 people. They'll benefit, sure, but it just doesn't seem like a great use of your time.
Well, if I may, it's new. It's the winter time. And I can't remember from the second one what the weather was like, but it is cold outside. So I'm taking everything with a grain of salt. Now, to back up and where I came from, I worked as a state consultant for the military from its inception. So I was given a program, and it was absolutely nothing. And I supported all branches and components for the entire state of Pennsylvania. So I did that successfully and created bridge programs along the way. I did that for 15 years. This is a walk in the park for me.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to see the metrics. That's what I'll be looking for. The data, everything in this job description is what I'm looking for. And I just don't know if some of these programs that you're interested in implementing that are still being developed with the anticipation to build next year, if they meet this role. So thank you for your time and
You're
for your
welcome.
responses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Rawls, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Vice President Green, and good evening to everyone. Thank you for your presentation tonight. It was very thorough. I look forward to seeing everything that you laid out come to fruition and the goals that you have. Everything sounded really great, and I also heard you say the experience you have, and some of my questions were the same as President Hill, so I don't have any other ones. I would just say I'm just definitely going to be looking out for the things that you mentioned and the goals that you set come to fruition. So thank you again, and that's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
I had similar questions as far as the appropriations for the interns and what kind of overhead that may ensue due to like liability. Do we have any idea of that? Because we may have like students interning, correct, or
So
young adults?
Yes, my understanding prior to my coming here, there were interns already in the mayor's office. So I will confer.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, they had interns.
Okay. Well, now, I guess this would be a legal question. What would be the difference between them doing maybe hands-on construction or public works with a higher liability than maybe like a business role with the Madam Mayor or something within the building?
You would have to do it position by position, right?
Okay.
So an intern can't do without the agreement of AFSCME what is AFSCME work, right?
Gotcha.
So, but they encourage interns because they encourage future membership and training, right? So they're really interning with a manager. That's what they're interning for. And the law bureaus had interns every summer for 20 years. And HR oversees and has sort of formalized more the process to get an intern, they have to come in and get a badge, they have to go through things. We're very sensitive to the question of whether they're minors. If you think about the Summer Parks program, we have a lot of teenagers who work for us
Yes.
as paid program
Yep.
folks. And so I don't know if these interns are going to be college level or high school level.
Gotcha.
That will matter, right? And so, but it's not something new to the city.
Okay. Mrs. Ham?
We had 2 interns last year. It's actually in the budget this year, and we expect to maybe having 2 more. And one was a college student, one was a high school student, and they worked out very well. They did a lot of research on the collective bargaining agreements and things like that. So they were very instrumental.
You find it pretty beneficial?
Yeah, it actually was. They started before Antonio came on board, so they sort of bridged the little gap there.
So you replaced kids, Antonio? No, I'm joking. And all jokes aside, we spoke about the roundtable, the equity roundtable. Is that something that is still continuing? I know it was something Mr. Singleton was very passionate about. I didn't know you coming into the new role or your new role. Is that something you plan on continuing?
I attended a few. I believe that because I did not quite understand the premise, because I had nothing to go off
Right,
of.
with the content, yep.
I don't, if the mayor wants me to continue on, I will.
Okay, that continuity document would have been.
It would have been helpful.
Okay,
Yes.
understood. And then I guess my final question, what's your plan or objectives to better utilize the current MBE, WBE, DBE list we have to better assist the current contractors or businesses we work with to try to get them more RFPs or more contracts or work within the city parameters?
Yes, and that's a good question, and thank you for that. So I met with Mr. Steve Bortner yesterday, and he had showed me how I can actually see what was missing from a report that was given to me, who the vendors are. I received an updated list from Ahmad that has more on our list that he's building than what was in Munis. So Ahmad contacts them, they email, and that's how we're getting the word out about our programming.
Okay, and I think I heard about a newsletter, correct? A new
Yes.
newsletter coming from the office. Would that be something you would be willing to do, kind of tie the current list in to the newsletters moving forward, just so they're in the know, they're privy to all new information, so maybe they have kind of first crack at some things coming into the city?
Absolutely, and thank you for that, because I did not think of that.
Yeah,
It
that could be a
really
powerful
is,
tool.
and I really think that is a part of being transparent.
Yep.
And I think that if other contractors see that and they're like, oh, they are working with the city of Harrisburg, they would be more inclined to. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Nothing further, Madam Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Vice President Green. Thank you for your presentation. One of the questions I'll ask is, and I'm not going to keep you long, you talked about you implemented data transparency that drives measurable outcomes. Can you expound on what those outcomes are? Have you been able to give an example? Have you been able to work with contractors to get them into positions with developers? And can you explain, have you been able to do that?
Being here for 4 months, and it'll be 5, December 14th, I have worked with some contractors. But the outcomes, because my programming is so new, there's nothing that I can provide just yet. And I've been here for 4 months, and I provided you a lot of the accomplishments, and I have one working program. Now, in keeping in touch with the contractors communicating with the contractors that we do have on the list, I can't tell you how many there are, but I know it's over 150 that's on that list. So when Ahmad contacts them, and then I have their information, I definitely reach out to them. So, and you're saying working with them, yes, I'm working with them. I'm making sure that they have access to pen bid. I think the misconception is, for any bidding opportunity, any projects that is presenting itself for the city, I'm working with them and making sure that they are aware. I think the misconception, let's say with pen bid, is it may go into a spam folder. They may have unregistered. So I just ensure that they are still registered so they can get that information and knowing what is happening in the city. So off the top of my head, I apologize. I can't give you that number, but I can get it to you.
Okay, I just want to, for the record, this is what you presented, so I just asked this question because you said you had data that has transparency, that has driven
What I
outcomes.
said is 2026. That's in 2026.
All right, okay. The other thing is the compliance side. What does that look like for you? Here's why I'm asking, because prior to you coming, and we talk about the spend, I know President Hill was talking about the spend. May Mr. Singleton rest in peace. He did have numbers. Last year, around this time, we spent about $35 million with contractors. 2.7% were MBE, DBE. And I wanted to go inside of that 2.7% to see what actually were local contractors and vendors being able to get on these projects. And so right now, just sitting here and being able to talk with developers that come through council to get approval, some of them have been reaching out to ensure that we are using local vendors and contractors to get on these contracts. So when we see equity, you talked a lot about equity, but the compliance side, and I was just wondering if there was a plan to see if you do get DBE, MBE individuals into these places, what does the compliance side look like for you?
And we do, but again, I had nothing to go off of. So that number that you just mentioned, I'm not privy to that. I don't know that. So coming in 4 months and doing what was asked of me to do, I
want to be clear.
working.
I'm not. this is not a dig. I'm really asking.
I'm not taking it as a dig.
I'm asking. I'm giving you the numbers, right? Because they are there, and you mentioned it yourself. Ahmad shared some things with you. They were there.
And if I may, Councilman Jones, the reporting that happened then showed numbers. It did not show the vendors. I did not know what I was looking at. So that was a concern and is a concern for me. That's why we started all over. I can see a whole bunch of numbers and see 5% here, but what it did not show me was that if it fluctuated, are these the vendors that we're constantly using? Are these vendors that, because it's the winter months, it might be a little lower? It was not there.
Let me try to rephrase my questions, okay?
Okay.
I give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't have a bunch of information. Moving forward, what does compliance look like to you?
Well, moving forward with compliance is making sure that everyone and with the equity has a seat at the table, and that I am providing the most support and to these contractors, and that I am making sure that they are privy to the opportunities that are here within the city. Right now, if that's not a good enough answer, I didn't say that, Councilman Jones. I'm not taking offense to anything that you're saying. What I'm telling you is I really wish that I had the appropriate reports, because I don't like sitting here not being able to completely answer a question. So if
right
I were
now you have a canvas that's blank. It's yours.
Yeah.
You're new. This is yours. So I'm still.
I'm sorry, he wanted.
But I'm still asking you a question. This is a blank canvas and it's yours. So I'm asking, what does compliance, not who was here before that? All it's just you. It's your show. What does compliance look like?
So, compliance to me is making sure that I am supporting and providing the right amount of information and resources to our contractors.
That's it.
But what I will say is that moving forward, and these conversations are very beneficial for me, because one of the things that I don't like is rework. So I will be highlighting that in my quarterly report.
Mr. Salkowski, you had something, sir?
Yeah, going back to the numbers you gave a little earlier, I remember hearing those numbers last year. So I think it was sometime in mid to end of February.
Around the same time. Well, it was a quarter when we had public quarterly reports. It was one in the third quarter, somewhere close to getting into budgets. But go ahead.
Well, I actually met with Mr. Singleton at that point, and we had a discussion about refocusing efforts towards helping minority contractors to be able to go through the bidding process to get contracts with the city. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple weeks later.
Yeah.
So it never got accomplished. So I'm glad that she's on board at the present time, because she is actually going full bore into developing those kinds of.
Did you guys ever make those numbers available to her and explain what they were?
I don't remember. I didn't give it to her, no. But I would assume because there was still a person in the office, so I think
Mr. Collins.
she had access to all those files. So if they weren't in those files, I'm not sure where they were.
Got you. Solicitor Grover. Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
If I may,
you setting up. I didn't know what you were going to do.
No, if I may, it's just the way things were done. It was just the way of how it was reported. And they knew, but if I'm coming in and I wanted to see what vendor is this? Like, who is this? Is what a DBE, okay, disadvantaged business enterprise, but MWE, I did not see that. Ahmad knew, he knows. It's just the way that it was reported.
And that's, I mean, again, this is no fault of yours. I'm just asking. So when we're asking these questions, you may not be prepared for everything. Granted, you only here 4 or 5 months or whatnot, right? However, again, and I think this position, as it's designed, and you heard Council President read the description and the scope of work, far too long in this city. Developers have been coming into the city of Harrisburg, and we have not been a part of the economic growth. That's what I ran on as council, that I would be ensuring and fighting to ensure that local contractors or Harrisburg-based contractors are included in the economic growth. And so, again, we had a lot of discussions, Mr. Singleton and I, around this and those numbers and looking at that. So if there's anything I can do to assist in that regard, feel free to reach out. I can give you any information and to help with that compliance part. I think that's a huge task to some people will come in front of us and say, hey, we're going to do 20%, and we're not allowed to legally bind them to that. As council, we can't do that, but we can check and see if they're keeping their word. So that's what I was asking, what does compliance look like? So that's all. That's all. I'm just asking a few questions. And you had something?
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I don't know anything but to be successful.
Okay.
And this is a reflection. So, I welcome a conversation. And if you have any ideas, this is what this looks like. This is what community looks like. So working together. So thank you.
Yep, no further questions.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jones. I don't really have any questions for you. I guess just kind of some thoughts, comments, follow-up. I'll start with following up from Councilman Jones' comments about compliance and what compliance looks like. I think one thing that we've continuously had the discussion about, even with Mr. Singleton, is that we have nothing to require compliance with, right? We had a compliance officer with no policy to require compliance. So it's like, what does that part of the job really entail? It's kind of like asking you to comply with nothing. It's a really easy job. You don't have to do anything. So I think that's something that the legal department's worked on with the change in the federal administration. I think that kind of changed the way we were moving in that sense. I will say, it sounds like you need an update to your job description, just because it seems like most of the work that you're doing really does focus on economic development, which is something that we've discussed and really pushed. And it's something the city needs, but we also need to make sure that your job description matches what you're being tasked to do, because that's really important. Because if not, you come before council and we go, well, where's the reports? Where's this? Where's that? Because your job description says you should be doing A, B, and C, and you're doing E, F, and G. And so it kind of creates that disconnect. So as far as the administration, I would maybe look for an update to the job description to ensure that what we're asking someone to do is what their job description says they're supposed to do, because that's really important. As far as internships, I'm glad to hear that. I think I've pushed for internships for a very long time. I did an internship with the city, and it wasn't like it was an internship poster. I just came down and was like, hey, what do you guys have? Because I need something. And kind of had to push for myself to create that. But everyone doesn't have access, right? And everyone's not just going to show up and say, hey, can I do an internship? Can I do an internship here? And that was under the previous administration that I did that internship. But it's something that's much needed. It's great to know that the mayor's been having interns and the business administrator's been having interns, because I think that's news to most council members, and I think it's something that should be opened up to all departments. So I look forward to that coming to fruition. As far as legacy, I think something you spoke to is very important, that we talk to it all the time, right? Having that legacy for after we leave. I think we talk about it when it comes to IT, the fact that we pay a person every year because they're the only one that can work the mainframe system. So making sure we have that continuous education so that even when someone hits the lottery and decides to leave the city, we still have that information available to keep our city running and smoothly. I don't think I have any other questions. I didn't have any questions. I don't think I have any other comments. I will say thank you for the work that you've done, and I look forward to seeing the work continue. And I believe President Hill has something else, but I will let you respond to me first if you need to.
Thank you. That's why I led with the difference or the evolution of the position, my role. Like I said, the foundation was laid, but I didn't have anything to fall back on. And Ahmad, being in the position that he was in as the special assistant, I'm not going to say he didn't try, but if I don't visually see what I need to connect the dots with, it was hard for me to get it. So that's why we're making changes in the office and reporting. But thank you.
Thank you very much. President Hill, any questions or comments? Or
Thank
further
you.
questions or comments?
One additional question and then just a comment. Okay. So my question is around the internship program. Where is the appropriation? And maybe that's a question for Mr. Solkowski. Mm-hmm. For all of the interns that you mentioned. So another question. The 2 interns that were in the mayor's office, are they going to be a part of the HOPE program, or are these 2 separate opportunities for students to participate as interns with the city?
Well, that line item is in the BA's budget. Okay. It was not last year, so we piggyback off the temporary program to be able to do that, because I got here late last year, so the budget was pretty much already done by the time I got here. So when we went to look to do an internship, there wasn't the line item there, so we had to, and worked with Sasha to piggyback off of that program, and we were able to get 2 interns. So actually this year, it's actually now in the business administrator's budget.
Okay, maybe I'm missing something. Okay, well, thank you. So there'll be 2 functioning programs.
So if you see a line item for $8,000, that's probably what it is. It'd be under the personnel, like temporary or something like that.
No, oh, I see. yes, it is proposed for $8,000. So this will assist the 2 interns in the mayor's office and however many, we don't know how many students for the HOPE program.
I think that would be a separate program.
Oh, that's going to be a separate appropriation. Okay, now, the 2 interns that served previously were they paid or unpaid? You said the
They were
appropriate.
paid.
Oh, how much were they paid? A stipend or what?
They're paid hourly. They worked like 20 hours a week each. So it was like one full-time position, 2 people, but but 2 separate people.
Is there a need for 2 separate programs, though? I mean, what you mentioned that they conducted research prior to the hiring of your assistant, but it seems like competing interests almost.
Well, I think one worked for my office pretty much exclusively. One worked for the mayor in the communication office.
Right.
So there
But
was,
she mentioned that with this HOPE internship program that she anticipates getting started, these interns will be in different departments throughout the city
yeah,
and their high school students.
And we had made people aware of it, and so if you want to do an internship program this year to get on board, and I think Public Works has, last year we went and talked to planning to see whether we wanted to share them with the planning office too. So there was enough work for both of them. It wasn't quite as organized because it was the first time we had it.
So your program was not as formalized as it sounds like the HOPE program will be.
Well, it'll be formalized next year, but it wasn't formalized this year because it was sort of the first time.
And did the students that participated in your office and the mayor's office, did they complete a final project, or was the research that they conducted sufficient for a successful internship?
Well, we had offered to do to give academic credit because the one student was a student at Syracuse University. She was local when she went to high school in this area, but she declined that. She just wanted the paid internship.
I see.
Whether they come back or not, I don't know. But we.
So how were they selected? How did anyone know about this? Did they have to complete an application, write an essay, or they just came here and showed up one day?
They applied.
Oh, okay.
So we went through the application. We did an interview process.
Oh, how many people applied?
2.
Oh, 2. Oh, so anybody that basically applied was awarded. So maybe I'm just trying to think, if the HOPE internship program is geared toward junior and senior high schoolers, perhaps the interns in the mayor and the business administrator's office, if they're needed, it just sounds like a little bit too much going on, especially not as formalized. Maybe those students could be college students looking for a summer internship.
So thank you for that question. And when I came on board, I came on and there were interns. For the HOPE program, it is going to be high school, juniors, seniors, and college.
Oh, you didn't say that. You said
Yes,
juniors and seniors.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I
Did you say that?
Because I said I would be meeting with Dr. Ski at HAG.
Oh,
and
yeah, you said
Harrisburg
that meeting hadn't
University.
happened yet either.
Yeah.
Okay, I
So-
missed that. I thought it was just juniors and senior high school students. But I do
It's
think that
okay.
is something to consider. I know that you're saying your program is pretty solidified in its scope, but I think that
But
to me, it just doesn't make sense. If you said the scope of this internship program is to have students in every department, that would mean that there are interns in the mayor's office, not separate interns, is what I'm saying. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it should be one program.
I did not look at it the way that you're perceiving it. So, and it's because they were already here. When I talked to the mayor, it's my understanding that they're going to be a part of the HOPE internship program. It doesn't make sense to have separate interns.
No, it doesn't.
So and also anybody that's a part of the HOPE internship program, if they want to work at a bank, they can be referred to a bank.
But I thought
They
the purpose of this specific internship program was to create a pipeline for city employment. Was I wrong in hearing that?
No,
Oh,
it's
okay.
not.
It's
But
for anybody to
it's
participate.
additional. I'm not gonna hold anyone back from accessing opportunity. So if there's a student if there's somebody that comes to me and they say, "Do you have any resources? I'd like to work at the bank." Sure, I've established these partnerships with 4 different financial institutions, of course. And where did you get that information from? Oh, I got it through the HOPE program. So
okay.
you
So
understand?
you want it to
yes,
be a pipeline for everyone else, or
because
make
they're
connections
integrating
with
that,
other
and
people?
you're integrating the funds. The money is coming back into the city. So when somebody
okay.
if somebody is employed somewhere and they go to a store,
Well, I don't want to go
anywhere,
back and
so-
forth with hypotheticals. I just wanted to note that all of the interns, if the HOPE program, internship program is operating within the city of Harrisburg, then all interns should be participating.
Yes.
So I guess that's something you can coordinate with the mayor's office and the business administrator. I just wanted to say hi to Mr. Carpenter. I don't have any other questions. Hi, Mr. Carpenter. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments for the Office of Equity and Compliance? Seeing none, thank you very much for
Thank
being here
you.
this evening, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Excuse me, did anybody even say anything other than who's on the board or who's supposed to say anything?
Not yet. There is a public comment opportunity, but we have to go through the rest of the agenda first.
I think this one would be nice for y'all just to hear, as though we're family, right?
Well, if you wouldn't mind waiting, I don't know how long the rest of this will take, but if you wouldn't mind waiting, and then we'll move to public comment. Thank you.
We are going to move to the Office of the City Solicitor. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, going through your presentation, and then we will open up for questioning at the end.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My name is Neil Anthony Nicholas Grover. I am the city solicitor, having completing my 12th year in that position after a year and a half representing the city council in a private special counsel role. With me tonight is Tirsa Cameron, the deputy city solicitor, and we are here to speak about the budget tonight. I first want to thank the budget chair for reminding me that the lottery is tonight, because I hadn't bought a ticket yet, and so I will have to go do that for $920 million. But we have prepared, my staff has prepared a very nice overview, much more skilled than I could have done with a PowerPoint, and I want to thank them for putting the time and effort into this. But if we can go to the slides, we have tried to comport to the council's request for what would go into one of these overviews. Under the supervision of the city solicitor, the Law Bureau is required to do the following: direct and control the city's legal matters, prepare and otherwise review all contracts, draft and otherwise review all legislation, enforce and defend the rights of the city before local, state, and federal agencies and courts, manage the right to know requests made to the city, advise on the legal strategy and resolutions of all claims and disputes, select and oversee outside legal counsel to represent the city, public officials, and city staff in administrative and judicial proceedings, review and advise city officials and staff regarding compliance and other legal obligations on a wide range of matters, address rights and obligations of real and personal property of the city, and the longest one is actually the last, other duties as assigned. And anyone who works in the Law Bureau knows that in any interview, I tell them that's their real job, is other duties as assigned, because whatever comes through the door today is landing on someone's desk. Next, please, sir. Significant budget changes. There are, one I think significant, we brought back the legal line item to the 2024 level. That line item pays for litigation-related expenses. It is going up $50,000. Last year, it went down 50 based on this year's anticipated litigation. In our field, in the information that's coming, the cost of litigation is simply increasing. The complexity of litigation is increasing. We are, like everyone else, being somewhat impacted by people's use of artificial intelligence, and they are providing much more long, detailed things we have to pull apart. and it's more expensive on time and money to do it.
Madam Chair, point of order. It's a
Yes,
little nosy.
if you wouldn't mind,
Excuse me.
maybe taking extra conversations outside, it's becoming a little loud. I apologize for that, Solicitor Grover.
I am not offended. I grew up in a house with 13 people. So we're adding assistant city solicitor for right to know simply because the volume and complexity of those are going up. I will know I have spent 3 of the last 5 Friday evenings sitting here drafting documents that were due for OOR on appeals and right to know. Every single lawyer right now and 3 of the staff members work on right to know every day. And we are adding a lien specialist 2 position, which really is expanding the role of the lien specialist we had. He is the first one we've ever had in the department. We'll go back to some of those accomplishments as we get through the slideshow. We are looking to expand his duties, most significantly to start correcting some of the historical information that does not get captured, which is debts that are discharged in bankruptcy. That's really a whole other research project. Debts that are discharged in judicial sales, and which basically invalidate the liens of the city that are historical and on the books. But that is a very involved, detailed property by property analysis, and it's one that contributes a great deal to what I think is, and I've said many times, misstatement of all the numbers that are on the books. There are things on the books that stay there that legally we cannot collect, and so we are hoping to expand his duties and his skill sets to start finding ways to correct that in our systems, and we do believe the Munis will make that easier than the mainframe has. And that is William. William has been helpful to many offices in his time here. He is your classic cocky 28-year-old kid from where I sit, and we like him a lot. But Law Bureau's diversity complement, we have 6 women and 3 men, 2 black women, 3 white women, 1 Asian woman, 1 black man, and 2 white men. Our ages range from the age of 28 to 75. We have 2 bilingual staffers, 1 who speaks Spanish and 1 who speaks Filipino. We currently have 1 vacancy for the collections attorney. We've had a very hard year on applicants, and then suddenly last week we had 5. So we're setting up interviews for 2 of them in the coming week. I believe HR moved it to a different location of where they're advertising it, and suddenly we had 5, so, which we're very happy about. Grants and special projects, provide an update of any grants or special projects in progress within the department. The Law Bureau does not operate under grant funds. Special projects, we are exploring for 2026, transitioning to a specialized right-to-know digital records option, which is becoming increasingly more critical that we move in that direction. We have 4 vendors that we are looking at. We're trying to find for a 5th for comparison purposes. Implementing a contracts management software solution, and we have had some presentations by contract software solutions. There's probably no one that's a perfect fit for the city of Harrisburg, just like Munis is not a perfect fit, and we're trying to see one that can work with the technical systems that we have right now. Creating and implementing regulations under the right to know law to better manage the process. The city and most places have not done that, but it's plainly authorized under state law to start creating regulations to make people have to comply with them if their request is going to be fully vetted. One of the most difficult problems we have with right to know, as it stands right now, is a mandate that we cause the records to be searched and show that, even if the request on its face is something that is not going to be a public record, which is incredibly frustrating for the departments to have to keep searching for records that are then exempt anyway. But you know, we have been ordered 3 times and gone to court 3 times in the last year by OR to produce either exempt records or records that we attested do not exist, and you know, basically an impossible order. Right, and so, but we have to go to court and appeal that, and it's real time and money when we do these things. We are hoping to facilitate, and I'll know we've hoped to facilitate this for quite a while, a final artifacts auction. We still are, and physically, some of it's in the Law Bureau, the artifacts from 3 administrations ago, and artifacts that are in a storage unit from Mr. Reed are still here. There's been 3 auctions already, and there's one final one to be had. These were mostly items that were returned after investigation by the state government, and including our sarcophagus, including, we have in my office original type transcripts of the Nuremberg trials. We have Adolf Hitler stamps. It's kind of bizarre what was collected and is still there. But one final auction is necessary to basically purge that part of the past, and will bring some money into the city. Assisting in a long-term solutions planning for City Island parking, which may or may not be news to people, but there's going to be parking interruptions that commence from PennDOT in 2027 when they start the Market Street Bridge project. It's a 6-year time period that we are projected to lose, I don't know if it's 150 or 160 spaces on the island. That's about as many cars as the city has parked over there every day, and we have to find a way to relocate that for a 6-year period. And it's potentially an expensive undertaking. And we're hoping PennDOT pays for it, but assist in identifying viable solutions for long-term fiscal health and stability of the Broad Street market. I think that we hope to, following up the discussion last night about the lease, start moving towards what is the solution long-term to stabilize the financial health of that entire facility. We inherited, which some people didn't realize, it as a crisis way back in the 70s. It was transferred to us because it was failing, and we were the owner of last resort back, that HRA in the city. That's how it came to be. It wasn't ours. It was a public business that went on. 4 different structures of leasing has occurred. None of them have been able to produce to date a financial stability for the long-term health of the project. Continuing to assist the long-term restoration of Governor Square as needed. I think one of our best accomplishments of the year was actually getting a petition approved by a court to appoint what I would consider a very able receiver over that project. Assisting in the reconstitution of the Vacant Property Review Board. That board has been inoperable for maybe 6 years now. It is in our city ordinances. It has statutory positions. We had determined back right before COVID that there were some important issues about how we were acquiring property that was not being done properly. At that time, we actually ended up, it was from the end of the Thompson administration, acquired a piece of property without proper public notice to the owners. We ended up paying 10 times the price for that property because they basically violated the people's constitutional rights when they took it. So our job was to help the board come into compliance with their constitutional obligations. But this will allow, which happened in the past, HRA to acquire appropriately and portions of ground for future plans and development, which is how a city comes out of some of the more difficult economic challenges in neighborhoods across the city. Assisting or resolving historical real estate title and ownership issues. The city has a number of properties where the titles were never properly determined. We literally have buildings that are partially on other people's land or other people's buildings partially on our land. We lost a property to a sheriff's sale that never should have gone because they mistyped it into the county record as a taxable property, and they then sold it for no taxes being paid. And we found out after the fact. These are things we have engaged real estate attorneys that's his specialty. He's also the one handling the ownership of the Jackson Lick Pool and the reconfiguration of that. We are going to closing, I think it's next week now, on the Riverside Firehouse transfer to HRA, which will then go out for consolidation and public bid. But we have a number of properties with those difficulties of ownership and proof of an obligation. And then initiating an RFPI process for outside legal services. The last one we did was in 2014 for Labor Council. The Commonwealth we used the model the Commonwealth relied upon under Governor Wolf to do it then. I want to note, from my personal point of view and from my experience, the city lost probably its longest serving champion in the courts of this Commonwealth this fall. A gentleman named Frank Lavery passed away, after just a very short illness. He has been representing the city, I think, a total of 39 years. In court after court, in case after case, in labor matters, civil rights, property claims, in civil rights claims, and constitutional challenges. And he knew more about this city than I think anybody who's ever worked here knew about this city. And he was able to give advice and confidence to 4 different mayors in his time. And there are 4 different people that did not agree with each other on many things, but he had the ability to do that. And so we are doing this because we've essentially lost the person who was sort of our senior advisor on things legal in this city. ARPA projects. The Law Bureau does not utilize the prior ARPA funds for any project. Instead, we assist departments in aspects of city projects utilizing such funds in terms of contracts, grants, parameters, things like that, appropriations. Are there new positions to be added? We are looking, as I mentioned earlier, to have a right-to-know attorney start in the first quarter. And the lien specialist is, while it is a new position, we are not then going to fill a lien specialist 1. We're basically just adding duties to the person who now has much more experience. They came straight out of school when we hired them. We expect the right-to-know attorney to be devoted to basically litigating right-to-knows, advising. We have 3 interns or 3 legal assistants working on this every day. Basically, we need someone who can devote themselves to this so that other legal work can get done. It really does take away at this point from us doing other obligations because we start out under a 5-day clock on every one of these that comes through the door. And we want them to build upon, William in particular, the job knowledge that he has. The lien specialist is something that you have to learn the city's, both their very complicated mainframe system histories and how to use them, and then how to translate that into the Munis system. It is something you can only learn on the job in the city of Harrisburg because those 2 systems are unique. And he really has dove in with both feet learning these systems, and we believe, the services we're going to keep growing. Year-to-date budgets. Does the current budget proposal for 2026 align with year-to-date spending totals incurred thus far in 2025? The answer is generally yes. The Law Bureau's budget in many ways is very simple, but year to year, a part of it is planning what is coming, and we don't always know what's coming. We don't know how many claims there's going to be. We don't know if a case that's been highly litigated 1 year is going to stall on motions and sit still for a year waiting for a court to make a decision. So that affects how much money we spend on filing fees and experts and lawyers and copying and all of those things. So our budget on most things is pretty stable. Some years we spend less than others. I do believe in the time here we have never exhausted the Law Bureau budget. In the time I've been here, we try to be responsible with the funds and use only what's necessary for what is necessary. Are there instances where the current year-to-date budget significantly exceeds the proposed budget for 2026? And the answer is no. In terms of the annual increases, the proposed increases for the Law Bureau do not exceed the standard increases. The 1 position, lien specialist 2, would be an increase related to expanded job requirements. Operational highlights for 2025. I will note that this was printed and written and finalized item about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we had 758 right-to-knows. When I left my office, we had 761 right-to-knows. It is just a relentless set of requests coming in. Right-to-know appeals, we've had 21 agency-level appeals. Act 22 request. Act 22 is what governs video from police for the most part. Whether it's body cam, dash cam, or those things, they created a separate process for that. We used to have almost none. We had 22 this year through those. Record subpoenas, we've processed and gone through the records, whether finding them to be a proper subpoena or a subpoena we fight about. 43 of them so far year to date. We've assisted with drafting and presenting 15 bills and 92 pieces of legislation so far this year. We have had requested 340 contracts and have completed 281. I will note when I go through historical records in the Law Bureau for contracts, there used to be 60 contracts a year, 70 contracts a year, some years 40 contracts a year. So the number of contracts, just because of the structure of the way business is done has changed, and each of those require review and approval. 2025 collections year to date, we have filed a total of 77 liens. That process involves a series of notices to the person who has the account. We don't just lien you instantly. There's a due process provision to it. What we hope to do is not to get to the lien, but to get them into a payment arrangement before we get there. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. The total amounts of the liens filed year is $1,033,770.98. We have entered into 20 new payment plans, $316,755.77. On those payments between the two of them, we have brought in $329,320.08. Public meetings and hearings between what are internal in the city, what are the tax appeal hearings, both administrative and judicial, what are the summary appeals which we attend in the courts of code-related and other violations. It's somewhere north of 200, but I don't have the exact number. I will note last year that number was much larger because we had attended 1,900 hearings for Governor Square before we got the receivership. Broad Street marking, bidding, and contract reviews, we helped review and sign off on and edit 11 separate bid packages and 11 awarded contracts for that project. After that, we simply have a comparison of where the subpoenas, legislation, contracts, and right-to-know requests have gone over a 3-year period. And you can see for the most part, the volumes have been significantly increasing. Performance metrics. Are there any examples or specific metrics, benchmarks departments use to evaluate the success of their goals in 2026? And my answer is just we're there to meet all comers. In an era that challenges the fundamental legal framework of the role of government at all levels in our nation, the legal responses of the city are required to be defensive and educational. The Law Bureau will work to continue to address the gap between what some assert to be the law and obligations of the city versus the work to address the realities of the legal obligations of self-governance at the local level. The Law Bureau remains committed to defending the city and its taxpayers against legal arguments, claims, demands, and pressures that seek to compel the city to grant funding, rights, or relief to any single entity, organization, individual, or group, particularly when such actions come at the expense of every household in the city. And for additional questions, how will the proposed 26 budget support the department's ability to achieve its goals and objectives? The Law Bureau 2026 proposed budget is designed and intended to support and assist city departments, bureaus, offices, and staff to satisfy their respective legal obligations and thereby minimize risk to taxpayers. That is the consistent year-over-year responsibility of the Law Bureau.
Thank you very much, Solicitor Grover. I'm going to start with questions, this time to my far left with Councilman Jones. Any questions?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Single question I got for you. The amount of RTKs, right to knows, they significantly went up. Do you believe this is due to lack of transparency?
No, because it's everywhere. It's everywhere, and it's across the state, and it's at local state agencies. There's 2,200 municipalities. There are now people that specialize as lawyers in nothing but right to know. In Philly, they sue over right to know and use it as a fundraiser, essentially.
Outside of the legal aspect, like if the city, someone's suing the city, all of that stuff, I know some of that information is a little harder to get out because there's pending legal action or whatnot. But that's why I asked that question. I mean, looking at these numbers, well, you got it. The RTKs they're climbing.
But some RTKs, one came in this week from an activist. It's 20 separate topics, right? So there's the number of the total request, because they each get a number. Mm-hmm. The number of requests within a request can be everywhere. One person asked us for every public document in the possession of the city of Harrisburg. And I almost wanted to say, here's the computer, you look it up. You know?
Yeah. So just for the community or the public, you may have answered this before, but can you give us the process of right to know and how it works.
Sure. So on our website, although at the moment you don't have to use it, there is a right to know form you can go on and fill out, and it gets emailed to the right to know office in the city. Under state law, it is considered received when a right to know designated officer has received it. So we have 3 of those at the moment that are designated officers. So when one of them opens it, it's received, and it starts a 5-day clock in which to respond. We have the right to invoke a 30-day extension for several reasons. Very often we are just compelled to invoke the 30-day extension. Within that 5 days, we send a request out to the departments that we can determine from the language used by the requester whether they have relevant documents that are responsive. Every single department gets right to know requests from us every day pretty much at this point. On the other hand, there are records which, as a matter of law, if we release them, it's actually subjects the releaser to being criminally charged, particularly under CREA, which is the criminal history records. So we are often having to tell people they cannot have what they want, and they have to go get a subpoena in order to get it, not because we don't want to give it out, because we are legally prohibited. Certain investigative files are legally prohibited from giving out. I now have people without hesitation asking for what are plainly attorney-client privilege files all the time, and just ask them straight up, and the answer is, well, they're privileged. We're not getting them. But the push for these things have become more and more. The courts have moved towards asking us to prepare what's called an exemption log and a privilege log of every single document reviewed for a particular request, and redactions for every single page of that requires a redaction. Incredibly cumbersome. We are not allowed to charge for those things. We're allowed to charge for extra pieces of paper. That's what we're allowed to charge for. So, that process can take, when it's good and it's easy, sometimes it can take 2 or 3 days. When it's hard, some of them go on for a year just because of the litigation, and some longer. We've had one right to know case that went to the Supreme Court, back down to the county court, and all the way back up to the Supreme Court again. And that one took years, and that was with an activist group that won had a particular point of view. So it gets cumbersome and expensive at times.
All right, so the position that you're looking to hire, you think this will help significantly in this area?
Yes, I think it's going to be, so more and more we have to draft affidavits about what was done, basically under oath of the steps, and it's hard for a police officer, an administrative person to do that on their own, the one who actually does the search. So that we have to assist in getting them, like reviewing with them, what did they do, how did they look, what system was it in, and create that in a sworn statement to the OOR. And we're doing it more and more and more, and I think that will be significant. The briefs are more and more complicated depending on the number of issues that are in the case, and what happens if you end up, we can either be at an appeal that starts at OOR, which is the Office of Open Records, or for police-related records with the district attorney's office. They have separate jurisdiction on some records, and from there it goes to a court. And so, we try to resolve them where we can. We just have some very challenging requests, and some folks who,
I'm sure,
who very much want things that we've repeatedly told them that you cannot have. It's not. The law says these are not going to be released.
Right. So, I just hope that this does help. I mean, those. I mean, you said this is happening everywhere. I mean, those RTKs, it's a lot.
I talked to Allentown 2 years ago, and they were already at $1,400 a year.
Yeah, and I think we just got to do a better job at governing. I think as a whole, there's a lot of things that transpire. And I know people some days, the day we're in the era, if you step on my shoe, I'll sue. So, I just hope that we can just work better with city residents and people doing business in the city of Harrisburg. Again, I think it's alarming to see how many things that happen with our city. And that's what I want to know. What does this cost us when we,
We have 3 full-time employees now on my staff who do it. You have the attorneys who do it. every year we have some that go to outside counsel. I've not tried to run a number for it, because it's take it as you come and keep going on it, and we haven't tried to total what it's spending.
So
But
it's that
not
much.
it's not just our department.
Right, right. I know.
Every
It's-
department is putting time and money into this. It's one of the impetuses, if you heard codes, of why they're digitizing. It's more to do so they can stop having to search the records every day, so they can do it electronically.
I heard you mention AI. Are you looking to?
Well, no, we are getting hit with AI written requests, and we're trying to figure out we're not supposed to give things out to a bot. Well, it's getting pretty hard to tell when you're
You got to get AI too, man. You got to get AI too.
Yeah, I'm an old man who thinks this is a bad idea all the way around. So,
Hey, well, we're going to get left behind in that regard. We're moving along.
I'll be left behind.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Solicitor Grover. Thank you, Deputy Solicitor Cameron, for joining us this evening. Always a pleasure to see you too. I'd like to start, something I found interesting that stood out to me was regarding the auctioning off of the items from our former mayor who, happened to have, we all know the story, had a lot of these artifacts and great items into their home. It was one of the first things when I first was elected years ago that we actually had to deliberate through. And through the auctioneer process, I find it a bit challenging to sit with that the estate still got a percentage of these items.
Well, that was back then. That's not of these items. No, they
Okay.
got the items were divided between the city and the estate, and so these are the ones the city has possession of, and the estate has gotten what they're getting.
Okay, okay. So that won't happen this time.
No.
But just really quick while we're on that, how did that happen though? How did they still get a small, even if it was a small percentage of stolen items?
So no, I guess to be fair, not all items that were taken or in the course of warrants being issued were determined to be stolen, right?
Illegally obtained.
No, I'm saying no. The question was some were actually properly owned and
Okay.
some were not.
That's
and,
fair.
And had to sort through it.
Got you.
It's very hard for, frankly, anyone to figure out exactly.
Right.
Someone just did a right to know for this. I mean, I had forgotten the one spreadsheet was like 22,000 items, and that wasn't the only spreadsheet. And so, we are nowhere near that. Now, we still own everything in the Civil War Museum, or almost everything.
Okay.
And that is many, many items there. But this is not those.
Which was also a project of his as well.
Yeah, it was all together, yes. But, and frankly, this fell apart in the transition 4 years ago between two administrations. There was going to be an auction, then there wasn't. And then it's just never had enough. There was originally a team of people assigned to do it. None of them except me work here anymore.
Okay.
And so it's basically trying to bring it back to the forefront and get it off the list and raise a little revenue for the city.
That's fair. And then what Public Works line item will appropriate for the collections attorney?
I don't have it in front of me, but it is Public Works has the same line item every year for collections. We have taken over some other legal fee provisions out of their budget, brought it back to ours. We have a filing fee provision still in their budget for the liens and things like that. And then we have a much smaller legal expense because we're still arguing about the trash rates. We've been in a case for about 10 years over trash rates, and we have to pay experts in that matter.
Okay. Now, my final question, I want to preface this by just saying I appreciate the hard work from your office. I've been in there. I've saw the mountains on top of the desk. But I guess my question is, due to the third class city code, we're not allowed to have our own attorney or solicitor. Due to this, how can council be more collaborative with the solicitor's office by way of drafting new policy, drafting new legislation? Because it feels like it's just so difficult, and I don't know why.
So to take it back, and I when I was the special counsel to the city council, my recommendation upon leaving and coming in was the council should have an attorney to assist with drafting. There was one in the budget for a long time. I've lost track whether you have there. I think one of the difficulties is it's still just us city solicitor under state law, so whatever we're doing, we're working with them, and they don't have sort of independent jurisdiction, but the skill set would be very valuable to the council. I believe I think I'm the one who recommended that you get a writer for the third position with the city council way back when, 4 years ago maybe, and I believe the council has the ability and the authority to evaluate its needs and serve in the city and what personnel it needs to do there. It's got to be collaborative because of the way the government is structured. But I believe your folks attend the clerk's sessions. I don't believe all clerk's offices work the same across the Commonwealth. And I believe it could evolve into a very different thing. Clerks in some cities are the keeper of the public record. Right now, it's kind of like the law bureau is the keeper of the public record, and every department's the keeper of the public record.
Right.
But that is a collaborative effort of local government to bring that about. And so, that is, I think have to be solid proposals. It is very difficult for the council to go to an office. Everyone in that office has a full-time set of duties and get them to do more for something specific just for council. I mean, that's just a practical reality.
And that's my part. I get that's the part where I struggle with. Wouldn't council's duties be a part of your duties, or
They are, but as you
quite
notice,
some time it just feels like it's pushed to the side.
The legislation is probably less than 10% of our time because of all the other demands.
Right.
We review every single brief, every motion, every response in every court case that we have. We have a stagnated set of cases that are in just for codes, which is a jaw-droppingly large number. We have then a whole series of active cases in county court and federal court, which are incredibly time-consuming, both in terms of gathering records. We've done 4 what's called corporate depositions this year, where we had to produce people from way back when.
I understand.
I'm saying, so those things are basically, we spend a lot of time complying with judicial orders of what to do.
Is there a possibility of maybe like a council liaison from the solicitor's office, or I'm just trying to?
Sure, we can try that. I'm willing to try.
I'm just trying to expound
what we are,
ideas.
and I'm saying, again, I think an attorney in your line item is not a bad idea to assist the council in doing it.
Absolutely.
I had one judge tell me he thought it was a horrible idea because we ended up fighting with each other. But if that happens, that happens.
Right,
but
right.
but I'm very good at where the lines are.
Yes.
I have the ability, if someone goes to court and files something on behalf of anyone in the city of Harrisburg, as a matter of law, to walk in and withdraw it. Yep. No one has that authority because it's the statutory authority that comes with my office. But we try to work with every office. We do.
And absolutely, and I don't want to discredit at all, because Madam Deputy Solicitor, Mr. Humphreys, they worked hard at drafting, helping me draft the corner store ordinance, and it was something we discussed that may be able to get presented and onto the floor before the new year, but then due to a lot of things you guys got going on, now it's like early top of the year. I know you guys mean it will hopefully come down soon.
We actually have put a lot into
Absolutely.
it and try to make it, we moved it from where the original discussion
Yes.
was to a different part of the code.
To the code, yes.
And now it was down to which is the grueling part of legislative writing is figuring out whether it crosses lines with other parts of the code that we have to correct
Yep.
at the same time.
And I just think that would be pie in the sky, a good demonstration of council working with the administration, working with the solicitor's office, what it could look like to really be in collaboration. So not only just for that corner store ordinance, I look forward to drafting many more things in collaboration with your team and our city clerks, but I just thank you guys for all your hard work. Nothing further, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Councilwoman Rawls, any questions or comments?
Good evening. I don't have any questions. Thank you. Mine was the same as Councilman Rodriguez about having our, why we don't have our own solicitors. That's been asked a lot in the community, and I think it was important to get that on record for numerous reasons. So thank you.
Thank you very much. President Hill.
Thank you. My questions related to the diversity complement. If any employees are bilingual and the new position vacancies were answered. I will share a comment. I don't want to belabor the conversation regarding council hiring our own solicitor. As you know, it was something that I was very much interested in and have been for the past 3 years. However, it was my understanding within the third class city code that we could only hire our own solicitor if we wanted additional, an outside legal opinion on a matter that we could not find agreement or compromise with the administration. Is that correct or incorrect?
It's partially correct.
Oh, because before you told me that was
No.
what
Well,
it
I think we
was.
just have different conversations because, listen, you have had in your budget a solicitor's.
I know that.
Right.
I'm aware, but I thought that it could only be utilized
No, that's what I'm
in
saying.
one
No,
instance.
there's two parts. There's only two ways to hire a lawyer, right? One is through special counsel assignment under third-class city code, which is the part you're saying.
Yes.
The other is through the solicitor's office. But we would basically then help you identify someone, and they would be there. There were periods long before I was here where there were attorneys assigned to a particular department. There was a point in time where there was one in HR. There was a point in time when there was one to the Human Relations Commission, and these are 25 years ago.
Sure, that
Right.
hasn't been the case for some time. Is
Right,
that correct?
And part of that was because of the economics the city had, right? But I'm saying you could, but frankly, statutorily, the solicitor still is the one to do it. They can't.
Correct,
they
and
can't
that's
go
what
to
my
court,
understanding
right?
was.
So, but if you're looking for someone to go to court, that's a different thing than if you're looking for someone who is a solicitor assigned to drafting and writing and reviewing and legislating. But that was frankly my recommendation to the council in 2014. So.
Okay. Well, I wasn't here in 2014, so I don't know. But I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Davis.
Thank you, Vice President Green. Thank you, Solicitor Grover, for your presentation. So just to capitalize off of the questions, speaking about the writing legislation, how is that done now without having a solicitor? Is it through the clerks, city clerks, or
So
just?
Cedric has written some legislation, but mostly it comes we get a request in our office for legislation and we write it. That's basically how it gets done for the most part, and has been since long before I got here. There's a provision in the city code that says all legislation must be reviewed and approved by the city solicitor's office before it comes down. There's also a thing in the third-class city code that says any person, not just can request legislation. And once in a while we do get a third party requesting it, and but it still takes at the end of the day a council member to sponsor it. At the end of the day, that's why you see who moved it and who didn't. It generally comes from the mayor's office because of the design of government that we have. Sometimes it'll come from, for example, fire, like you saw for some specialty things. But most comes through the mayor's office. That's the design of government we have.
But any city council member can also just, okay.
Yes. Yeah, we worked with Councilwoman Green to write the CLE Act. We worked with the council president to do the affordable housing components of legislation. Council members, now it's real work for everybody. I mean, when you're doing it, it's not an easy assignment to come up and write a law. It's just not an easy assignment. So.
Okay. Thank you. And I wanted to ask about the right to know cases. You said that now going forward, people who want to file a right to know application, they would need to show cause.
It's not show cause. We're going to implement, and we've had drafts going around of regulations on what form must be used,
Okay.
what's the parameters of it. And right now we still get them mostly through the website. We still get some in the mail. We still get some in through other departments. We'll get them delivered directly to them, addressed to a department head, not to a right-to-know officer. But the law lets us implement regulations. Mm-hmm. There wasn't really a need to do it, but it's becoming a need just to regulate it, to process, so they can be processed in a timely manner.
Okay, but anyone can legally file.
Any person in the United States of America can legally request documents.
And then in reference to, I think, slide 12, the liens filed, there were like 77. Mm-hmm. Are they city buildings or
no? The liens filed are for almost all for sanitation accounts, for collection and disposal of trash. That's most of them. Some
okay.
there's some that get filed automatically for demolitions, but most of those actually do not get formally filed. They get recorded in the city because the city entered that expense, but it basically renders a property unsaleable in reality. When you tear down a building and put a $60,000 lien against a vacant lot, you've basically made that property unsellable.
And then the $1,033,000 is what the city paid, and then we're making payments. No, what's that amount for?
That's the dollar face value of the liens that we filed.
The face value of the, okay. And so the payments are payments that other people, or that, who's making those payments?
There are people that have been contacted through our office that are delinquent in their trash accounts.
Okay,
And it's towards
So
their trash
that's what
accounts.
all
And
that
some
is.
of those payments
Okay.
could be 2025 money, but most of them are going to be much
okay.
older accounts than that.
Thank you for explaining that. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. I don't think Councilwoman Daniels is with us on the call any longer. She did say she had to step out. I don't really have any question. Well, I do have one question. What's your name again?
Bob?
No, your full name. You gave it to us the first time.
Neil Anthony Nicholas Grover.
All right. Starting with a solicitor for the council, I definitely think it's a good idea. I think if we can get it written in this year, that would be a great addition to the budget because there are other additions in there. So why not add one that would help us to move some of these things we want to get moved forward. Secondly, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to your department. I think you are the only department outside of the actual council members who have been at every single budget hearing. I understand it's a requirement, but still, I just want to acknowledge the fact that you're here, that you're also at every last one of our city council meetings, that you are at the board meetings, the commission meetings, outside meetings. I think it's a lot of late night hours nobody talks about. I'm sure that's not one of the things you advertise when you advertise the position, but I'm sure it's something you have to cover when someone goes to the interview, because that's a lot of time away from family as well. All things that happen in the city, go through the legal department as well. And so that's a lot of work and a lot of collaboration on your part. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that you guys do work very hard for the city and all the ways that you impact the city in its everyday operations. I think it often goes unnoticed because every time something gets done, people go, I did this, or my department did this, or we did this. But a large portion of the work falls on the legal department to make sure it gets done. So thank you for the help you've given to me when I'm trying to get things done, as well as the rest of council and the rest of the city. So that's all I have. Just thank you.
We're happy to serve.
Any other comments or questions before we move to the next?
Yes, I just missed one, Vice President Green. The Vacant Property Review Board, now that review board right now is
Dormant.
nothing is happening right now with that review board. Do we really need that review board?
Yes, we need that
Okay.
review board because it is how you take a property and get it acquired by the government that's vacant or empty or a vacant lot, get it transferred to the redevelopment authority so that it can be marketed for being put back on the tax rolls. I mean, that's the objective of that board.
Would they be looking into vacant properties that, say, are owned by the bank and
I cannot say which vacant properties. That's one of the things they would make a determination how to identify properties. But traditionally, they were lots or abandoned kind of buildings that are there. Most banks have mortgageable properties. Even though someone didn't pay the mortgage, that's the banks. There's a lot of properties that are in the repository. It's a lot of properties that that people pay minimal taxes on, but they're really just vacant lots and have been there for years.
Is anybody doing that work now?
No, that's why you
Nobody's.
need the board to come back into. And the council has a seat at that table. It's by ordinance. The planning commission has a member on it. DBHD has a member on it. I don't know all of them. I think it's 5 positions. I think Councilwoman Bowers was the last person when the council, when this was active. She handled that.
That's correct.
Okay, and then my last question is back to the liens. Now, these payments could be wiped out basically if the $1 million in the trash collections, that's, has nothing,
They're
two different
disconnected
things?
from each other.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? From council members? Any comments or questions from council members? It's like, I got some questions.
Yeah, we got a comment.
we-
Thank you guys for coming out.
We do have public comment at the end, and at that point, you will be able to ask your questions or comments. Thank you to the legal department for your presentation, as well as for the work that you do. As we're getting ready to move to the next, it will be the Office of the Treasurer. I will ask for a 5-minute recess so we can stretch our legs and use the restroom before we move on to the next.
Okay. Okay.
Dan. I don't have any oh, yes, one question. The office hours are from 8 to 4. And then from 8:30 to 4 for the public. So I think the cashier, is that open till 2 or it's open now for the full? Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. I do have one other question. I wrote it down and then forgot to ask it. Can people choose to go paperless? Like,
I'm sorry?
Can people choose a paperless billing option? I know, like, a lot of my bills, I can choose to go paperless. Can people choose to go
That- We
paperless?
don't do the billing, unfortunately. I would love to do that. You can do a paperless payment.
I
and
do
that's
know that, but I was just
ACH.
wondering about paperless billing, but,
You have to get the administration. We don't do the billing.
okay. Thank you.
And actually, I tried to do that. I paid a year in advance just so I wouldn't get those bills. I still got it every month. So it was like, okay, no, you can't do it.
All right. Thank you.
Although it's a great idea.
It is. We should figure out how to do it. President Hill, any questions?
Thank you. My questions around the diversity complement and the current public service hours were answered. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Treasurer Miller, both of you for being here this evening. Thank you for expanding back to the normal hours and all the hard work. How much is a new machine?
129,000. Actually, the quote's right there behind.
I had to step out to let Emily in.
That's the quote for the machine right here.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to get, a new machine.
Brand new.
Because the machine maybe you didn't hear it.
I heard
Ours is
some of the
20
components.
Ours is 23 years old.
Okay.
And when we are able to repair it only because the repairman has taken parts from other places where they've retired their equipment and he's gotten the parts and we're able to get them. So we're holding, it's like this.
Okay.
To make sure we can keep using it, because otherwise it would really be a disaster if that machine broke down and we wouldn't be able to process payments in nearly the efficient way.
Yep, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I think I missed Councilwoman Rawls. Do you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that's all our questions. Thank you for being here tonight. Have a great evening. Next will be the Office of the City Controller. Good evening. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, going through your presentation.
Good
and then
evening.
we'll
My
open it
name
for
is Michael
questions.
Thomas. I'm the Deputy Controller. I was promoted to that position in July of this year, and I've been with the Controller's Office for 11 years. There are no significant budget changes in 2026.
Can you please move the microphone closer to you?
Is that better?
You can move it. You can
Oh,
physically
okay.
move it. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Is that a lot better?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Our 2026 departmental diversity, we have one white female, one white male, one Nepali male fluent in both English and Nepali. Vacancies, there are currently no vacancies in the controller's office. The auditor one position was filled at the end of September of this year. The new person was hired as an auditor one to allow personal employment growth to an auditor two position. The hire filled the vacancy created when the prior deputy controller retired and I was promoted into that position. Grants and special projects, there are no grants and special projects within the controller's office. ARPA projects, there are no ARPA-funded projects within the controller's office. New positions, there are no new positions to be hired in 2026. The controller's office is at full complement. Year-to-date budgets, does the current budget proposal for 2026 align with the year-to-date spending totals incurred thus far in 2025? Yes, the 2026 budget proposals align with the year-to-date spending totals in 2025. Are there any instances where current year-to-date spending in 2025 significantly exceeds the proposed budget line items for 2026. No, there are no instances where year-to-date spending in 2025 exceeds the proposed budget line items for 2026. Roles exceeding 2% increases. What are the reasons and justifications for roles with salary increases exceeding 2%? The deputy controller position increase of 2.7% was based on the June 25 Consumer Price Index calculated by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. The increase was approved by both the controller and the controller-elect. Departmental highlights. 2025 is the year of transition in the controller's office. Retiring deputy controller, new auditor one. Retiring controller at the end of the year. We're all adjusting to our new roles and are continuing to improve. Our goals for 2026 are a smooth transition with the incoming controller-elect, continued development within our new roles, and creating output in an accurate, efficient, and timely manner. Performance metrics. The performance metrics used within the controller's office are 0 errors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't have any questions, but I would be amiss if I didn't recognize the controller-elect in the room, Ms. Kara Balaban, who won the election this previous November. Feel free to sit at the table if you'd like. I'll open it up to questions. You don't have to feel forced, but feel free if you'd like to.
The controller, so I think it would be inappropriate for me to.
Understood.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I will open it up to questions to my far left with Councilman Jones. Any questions?
Yes, no questions.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez?
No questions for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rawls, any questions?
Good evening. Thank you for being there tonight. I don't have any questions.
Thank you very much. President Hill?
Good evening. My questions regarding the office's diversity complement were answered, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Davis, any questions?
Thank you, Vice President Green. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for being here and thank you for your presentation. I always like to ask questions that can help the residents of the city understand a little bit better about what's going on. Because they have questions and they ask me questions and sometimes I don't know. I have to come back and do research. But could you just tell the residents what your job description is for?
Well, the function of my office is to monitor the budget and make sure all expenditures approved fall in within that budget. We sign contracts, we sign all checks that come through the city. We're just there keeping an eye on things.
Keeping an eye on everything, all the contracts and everything. Well, thank you very much for that. I think that it's good for people, for our community, our taxpayers, to know who's serving us. So I just think that's important. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening as well. We are going to move to the next department, which will be the Bureau of Human Resources. Good evening. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, going through your presentation, then we will open it up for questions at the end.
My name is Joni Wellingham, and I'm the HR director for the city of Harrisburg.
Can you please move the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Okay. Accomplishments for this year for Human Resources, along with the Finance and Information Technology Office, was involved in an extensive search and successfully selected a comprehensive human resource and payroll management system. The HRMS system will replace both the city's outdated mainframe system and the current third-party payroll processing service. The procurement process has begun, and the goal is to have implementation of the software completed in early 2026. Human resources is comprised of three primary functions: human resources administration, benefits administration, and payroll. We oversee recruitment for management position, testing, screening, hiring, and processing individuals to fill vacant bargaining unit positions, enforces civil service rules and regulations, and administers the promotional processes where applicable for the Harrisburg Civil Service Commission for both Harrisburg Police and Fire. Unemployment compensation matters, conduct new hire orientation sessions, and exit interviews. Labor relation matters, benefits administration, including management of health care for active employees and retirees, pension plans and leave benefits, workers' compensation program, and drug and alcohol testing. Benefit administration is responsible for managing employee benefit plans and insurance compliance with federally mandated programs such as Family and Medical Leave, Americans with Disabilities Act, and HIPAA. Payroll is responsible for processing the city's biweekly payroll, maintaining payroll records, and managing federal, state, and local deductions, as well as mandatory payroll deductions and voluntary contributions. Significant budget changes. There is a significant increase estimated in the cost for payroll services for 2026. The increase is based on expense increases over the past couple years. Diversity statistics. There are 7 members in our office: 2 Black females, 1 Black male, 2 Hispanic females, and 2 white females. We have 1 bilingual employee who's fluent in Spanish, and the other one is only the conversation skills. Vacancies. The Human Resources Office is fully staffed with no vacancies. Grants and special projects, no applicable grants or special projects. ARPA projects, no applicable ARPA projects. There are no new positions in the budget for our office. Year-to-date budgets. Year-to-date spending is in line with the 2026 proposals. Rows exceeding the standard rate increases, there are none. Performance metrics. Conducting more frequent informal check-ins with staff, allowing for more real-time feedback, keeping employees linked with goals to promote employee engagement and motivation throughout the year. 2026 budget supporting department goals. The proposed human resources budget is to assist the Bureau's ability to fulfill its obligations in important areas related to personnel, such as payroll, training, employee memberships, and drug testing. It mirrors the 2025 budget except for the expected increase in the cost of payroll services.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to questions to my immediate right with Councilwoman Davis. Any questions?
Thank you, Vice President Green. Thank you very much for being here this evening, and thank you for your presentation. I don't have any questions.
Thank you very much. President Hill?
Yes, I have a few questions. Thank you. The Bureau's diversity complement and the 2 employees who are bilingual were answered in your presentation, but I do have additional questions. Both the Bureau of Fire and the Department of Building and Housing deferred their diversity complement information to you. So I was wondering if you have those statistics available.
I do not, and I don't recall seeing those emails, but I'll be happy to send them to you.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, how many employees are city residents? I did ask this of some of the bureaus and departments, and some gave me a rough estimate, but then again, they deferred to you on this too. They did.
Send me an email. And
Okay, I will
I can
send
tell you
an
how many
email.
in my office are city
Okay, well,
residents.
let's start there. How many in your office?
There are 2 of us.
2 out of the 7?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. We will add that to the list
And
of...
if you like the rest of them, I can send you that.
Yes, I
information
would.
also.
Thank you. What percentage of management completed the performance evaluations?
I don't have an exact percentage.
Okay.
I can send you that also. So.
Okay. Next, I noticed an increase in the tuition and training appropriation. Can you explain the human resources needs that are addressed in that particular appropriation?
Within that, there's only partial is for HR. There is a $9,000 budget in there that has to be in there per the contracts and be
Okay.
available, but we don't normally use it.
Okay.
The remaining balance is for training within our office.
Okay. Hold on one second. Sorry. Okay, my next question is, so for the portion that is designated for training in your office, I know in previous years you mentioned that your staffers just participated in free trainings that were available. Is that appropriation generally utilized, I guess is a better question.
Well, they participate in free ones. We also use prior seminars, which gives the staff access to over 5,000 classes, but you have to purchase them individually for a year. Cost is a little over $200 per person. At least 3 or 4 of the staff have access to that. In the prior years, the benefits administrator has taken certification for self-insurance benefits. And at least one of my staff is interested in moving forward with SHRM.
That was my next question.
Yes.
How many employees are SHRM certified, just for everyone's reference? That's the Society for Human Resources Management, their professional organization.
At this time, no one is.
No one, okay.
But there
But you
are-
said one person was interested?
One person is interested.
Okay, in this appropriation, or there's
Yes.
a budget for the certification, okay. My next question, I just wanted to know if employees were active with SHRM, but I'm assuming not. There was a conference, an annual conference that was held in San Diego, California from July, it was June 20th through July 2nd. Did anyone participate? I guess not.
No, but they are SHRM members.
Okay,
Every-
so they could participate.
4 of them in the office are SHRM members.
Okay. So as a SHRM member, they could have attended this conference should they have been interested?
Yes.
Okay, because there's a conference next year in Orlando, Florida, from June the 16th through the 19th. So there are funds available in this budget should any of the 7 staffers that are SHRM members be interested in attending. Okay, I think those are all of my questions. I look forward to receiving the data around the performance evaluations and the city residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Rawls, do you have any questions?
Good evening, Director Wilmington. No, I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Ms. Joni, it's always a pleasure seeing you. I have no questions for HR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones.
No questions. Council President Hill didn't leave any room. No, it's good work. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions. Thank you for being here tonight and for the work you do.
Okay, thank you.
We will move to our next bureau, which will be the Bureau of Grants. Good evening. Thank you for being here tonight. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, going through your presentation, and then we will open it up for questions.
Okay, Sam Sikorsky, interim business administrator. I want to mention that grant director Rebecca Vollmer is not able to make it this evening because of personal reasons, and we have the assistant director here.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sam Premack. I started with the city as their assistant grants manager in September, and I thank you for your time this evening.
Excuse me, can you pull that microphone closer to you?
Oh, sure. Is that better?
There you go.
Okay. I'll try to talk a little louder, too. Again, thank you for your time. At the grants department with the city, we work to serve 6 main responsibilities: understanding and keeping current with the project goals and funding needs of various city departments as directed by the mayor and city administration; identifying and vetting federal, state, local, and private sources of funding that may meet or align with the city's fundraising needs; working across all city departments to gather subject matter expertise and to then write and submit successful grant applications to the appropriate funding agency or agencies; liaising with the Law Bureau and the City Council for the requisite legislation to support submitted grant applications; and upon award, navigating grant contract paperwork through relevant city channels to ensure proper legal review of contract documents and acquire required city signatures. And then, of course, we cover all aspects of grant management, including scope and budget changes to a project or contract, monthly, quarterly, or annual progress reporting and compliance obligations, extension and amendment requests and the process required to request those, grant fund drawdown requests and facility with the multiple web portals involved for each grant to draw funds, liaising with city accounting to ensure funds have been properly received, and final accounting and grant closeout. While there are no significant increases or decreases to any particular line items in the Bureau's 2026 budget, do just want to highlight that our total budget for 2026 is up over $6,000 from our original proposed budget from 2025. However, when you look at the Bureau's revised 2025 budget, you'll notice there is actually a decrease of over $800 to our total 2026 budget. FICA costs are up almost $500 from the Bureau's original budget from 2025. Again, when you compare our proposed 2026 budget to our revised 2025 budget, you'll notice that this actually will only result in about a $100 increase. Our office supplies and equipment costs have decreased by $250 between 2025 and 2026. So overall, our proposed 2026 budget is comparable to our original and revised 2025 budgets. In terms of diversity statistics, our team consists of 1 white female and 1 white male. We have no bilingual staff. The Grants Bureau currently has no vacancies. With regard to grants and special projects in progress, we identified the following grant priorities in 2025. In September 2025, the city applied for $13.2 million in RACP funding to support Broad Street Market renovations. This application is currently pending. Along with that application in September 2025, the city also applied for $6.2 million in RACP funding to renovate the MLK Junior Building and ensure compliance with ADA requirements. This application is currently pending as well. The city recently, at the end of November, applied for $1 million in statewide local share funding to support upgrades to the roof and floors in the Public Works Building. This application is also currently pending. And in October 2025, the city applied for $250,000 in Dauphin County local share funding to support upgrades to the bathroom and bedroom facilities of Fire Station 1. Again, that application is currently pending as well. There are no new positions added for the Grants Bureau for 2026. The Grants Bureau's proposed 2026 budget does align with year-to-date information from 2025, and the Grants Bureau has not exceeded its budget for 2025. There are no salary increases exceeding 3% in the Grants Bureau proposed budget. Moving on to operational highlights and achievements in 2025. Since January, the city's Grants Bureau has applied for 11 grants with almost $27 million in funding requested for various projects. Additionally, the city of Harrisburg was awarded just under $900,000 in grant funding during 2025. These awards include a local share municipal gaming grant from Dauphin County DCED in the amount of $210,000 for the purchase and installation of a new salt dome, a statewide local share grant from the PA Department of Community and Economic Development in the amount of $400,000 from MLK Junior ADA improvements, a municipal fire department capital grant from the PA Office of the State Fire Commissioner in the amount of $83,475 to upgrade bathroom facilities in Fire Station 2, and a recycling development and implementation grant from the PA Department of Environmental Protection in the amount of $200,000 for the purchase of a leaf collection truck. In September 2025, the new assistant grants manager started with the city. To date, with this position has assisted with the submission of both Dauphin County and statewide gaming grants. And throughout 2025, the Grants Bureau has continued to monitor progress of all previously awarded projects to ensure compliance with necessary grantor requirements. The success of the Grants Bureau in 2026 aligns with the aforementioned priorities. Consistent benchmarks to be tracked include number of grant applications submitted, number of grants awarded, total funding amount of grants awarded, successful project completions and grant closeouts, along with general grant project progress tracking. Discussions on specific metrics and measures are ongoing and will be further established in coming months. So we hope to solidify those soon. In closing, the proposed 2026 budget assumes that the Grants Bureau will remain fully staffed throughout 2026. This will allow the Bureau to identify potential funding sources for various projects and priorities and submit proposals and applications in accordance with relevant grant guidelines. The proposed 2026 budget will also allow us to continue monitoring progress of all previously awarded projects to ensure compliance with necessary grantor requirements. Once again, I want to thank the council for their time and attention this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to open it up to questions to my far left with Councilman Jones.
I guess I'll ask one from you, give you some work to do.
Sure.
How do you prioritize the grants? I mean, there's a lot of things that we need in the city, so how are they prioritized?
I think that's something we're working with the administration to really kind of delve into and determine, because you're absolutely right. There's need across the city, and if I had my way, and I'm sure if we had a team of many more, we could tackle all of those really all at once. But in terms of prioritizing, that is something we work with the mayor's office and the administration to determine. And then, of course, in what we hear from the departments with which we work, in terms of what their needs are, certainly a lot of our applications that we've recently submitted are really in response to what some of those departments needed. So,
all right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation and being with us this evening. Just one question. How is your department working in a collaborative manner with the communications department? I only ask that because when communications was in front of us, she was a bit adamant on her writing grants for the department, but I made sentiments that kind of if she got the proper assistance, she could be more focused on communications.
Yeah.
Is there any current collaborations? And if so, what are you guys working on?
No current collaboration that I'm aware of right now. And again, that may be something that Director Vollmer is more familiar with than me at the moment. But certainly that cross collaboration is highly encouraged. That's
essential.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's what I envision for the grants department, is to be responsive to not only the needs of the city, the departments, the administration, but also the people of the city as well.
Do you feel you can always add one or two more individuals to your department?
I think being so new to the position, I hesitate to answer that.
Right.
I can get back to you this time next year if that works. But no, I think certainly with the amount of funding that is out there, it's pretty easy to identify it, and it's pretty enormous sums. I can't take really any of the credit for the amount of funding that was requested in 2025. That really was Director Vollmer leading the charge there. But, from my perspective, still kind of coming in as a bit of an outsider, it's very impressive. But to increase that would certainly be great. But I think we still need to determine if, you know, it is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, it's very few departments that are revenue generators, and
Yeah.
your department would be one of those, as well as Public Works and a few others. But, you know, it'd be great to make sure you guys have all the help you need. This
Yeah.
way, we can kind of spread across evenly to the departments that really need it.
Absolutely.
But definitely appreciate the work that you guys have been doing and look forward to seeing a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Rawls.
Thank you, Vice President Green, and good evening. I just have one question, maybe two, but I was just wondering, what's the process that you go through if individuals, whether it be from City Council or different departments, come to you about a grant they would like to apply for? Do you automatically just apply for it? Do you have to speak with administration first? I just was wondering, what is that process?
It's, you know, it's usually an issue or an item we'd bring up with the administration. And then, you know, if we get the, you know, approval to move forward with that particular application or proposal, then it really becomes a point of collaboration, bringing in the subject matter experts, looking at the scope of the grant requirements, becoming familiar with those, and, you know, really, honestly, kind of at the surface level, seeing if we even check the boxes in terms of eligibility, because there's, you know, no sense in moving through that process if you don't meet those eligibility requirements. So, again, you know, it's a highly collaborative approach, but, you know, it is something that we do run by the administration and the mayor's office first.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was wondering what that process was. Thank you for clarifying it for me. My last question is, there is so many grants out there, so much money, and I think our department does a wonderful job at getting a lot of that money that's out there, but also there could be money that we're missing. I don't know. And so my last question was, what's the process of like, how you all figure out what grants are out there? Because I feel like there's always like new ones, and especially a lot ones that deal with like infrastructure and you know, just things that I feel like our city needs. Like when we got the group, the GVI grant, the Group Violence Initiative grant, things that would help our city right now. So how do you all acquire information on all the grants that are out there?
So it's really kind of a combination of a few different approaches. You know, I think there's a research component to it. And, you know, in terms of researching grant opportunities that are out there, you have multiple foundations locally, you know, at the state level, at the federal level. You know, you have some of your more private foundations that you're looking into. We tend to focus a bit more on some of the state and federal funding that is available, which is, you know, kind of an enormous task in and of itself. You know, and one thing you start to establish as you know, become experienced with some of the certain grant programs, is you start to become familiar with the cycles of those grants. And if they are good fits, you know, it's obviously a program that you're going to continue to pursue, you know, year after year as those cycles permit. And so, you know, again, combination of prior experience with the grants, and then, you know, the research component that we do. But we also, I mean, in my short time with the city, you know, we've been approached with a number of grant initiatives and programs and opportunities. And so, you know, we certainly would be remiss if we didn't rely on our colleagues for some of that expertise and their knowledge and what they bring to the table in terms of what funding is out there. I'll just throw an example out. I'll be meeting with the engineering department next week because one of the staff is a former EPA employee, and so is very familiar with some of the federal opportunities that are out there. So I think it's really about, you know, kind of leaning on colleagues, you know, past experience. You know, my past experiences are in workforce development, you know, and so there's certainly avenues that I can look at, you know, in terms of what's available through labor and industry. But, you know, certainly I cannot profess to be an expert in all areas or departments. So some of that expertise is certainly appreciated.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for answering both of those questions. That was all I had.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much, President Hill.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm sorry Ms. Vollmer couldn't join us this evening. My questions related to the diversity complement and if any employees are bilingual were answered. My other question that I asked this year was regarding the total amount of funding that was awarded to the city during the 2025 fiscal year. So that's really exciting to hear.
Absolutely. We're excited. Again, I can't claim any of the credit for it, so that you credit where credit is due. But hopefully this time next year I can.
All right. Well, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Davis. Or I think
Can I add one thing?
yes.
About the amount of grants that we applied for. One thing since the beginning of the year I've been trying to do as the business administrator is and I've been meeting regularly with the grant department, was to be more proactive instead of being reactive. So go out and search for opportunities, search for grants, because a lot of times grants would become due, and there may be a project that a director is not aware of that could qualify for a grant. For example, the LSA grant, statewide grant for $1 million, that came out of a budget hearing meeting with the Public Works Department. Said they wanted to put $250,000 in the budget to do repair of their floors. I said, well, did you apply for a grant? And they said, no. I said, well, why don't we apply for one? So we blew it up to $1 million and included not only the floors, but also included the roof, and potentially down the road we can do some windows too. So you just got to keep your eye open for things, and as you discuss things with other departments, just keep an open mind and look for that kind of stuff. So I expect that of the new budget manager whenever we get one, and I've been stressing with the grant department to be more proactive instead of reactive. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's good to hear. Councilwoman Davis, any questions?
Thank you, Vice President Green. And yes, thank you for being proactive and looking for grants for our city. What is the percentage of funds that the city has to pay back or match from the state or federal grants?
That varies from project to project. It's certainly some information I could try to compile. But generally, from what I've seen, most of the grant programs do require a match. The one exception being actually the statewide LSA grant that did not require a match. So we were able to, request the full amount without providing that match. But in terms of a percentage, I don't have that offhand, but I could certainly.
Okay, even if it's just a number of how much, we had to match.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity. Sure. So most of them, there is a match.
Yes.
And then you mentioned the wet portal. You use multiple, is the term correct that I'm speaking of, wet portal?
Web portals.
web
for,
portals. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, every grants, management tool out there we're required to kind of utilize. State has their own. In fact, the state has various systems that they use. The feds have their own system. And so we do have to be pretty well versed or at least adaptable to learning those tools.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
It sounded like you said wet.
Oh, my
portal.
apologies.
And I thought, was this some type of a new system here? I heard of web portals, so
my
that's
apologies.
just it's getting late. It's a long day. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions for you. Thank you for all that you and your department do for the city.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good evening.
You as well. Moving on to the wrap-up phase and going back to what we moved from the previous agenda, we are going to go to general expenses and transfers. Since this will all be presented by the same person, we'll also cover other funds as well as the revenue review. Good evening. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself again, then you can start with your presentation, and we will hold any questions for the end.
Okay, certainly. Good evening, everyone. City council members, President Hill, thank you. I'm spot on tonight instead of Monday night. Thank you, Vice President and Budget and Finance Chair Green. Yes, picking up where we left off on Monday evening, and I'm going to call upon Cedric to guide me through here. This particular schedule has the tabs that'll help me and you. Cedric, if we could go to 0188, which is general expenses. All right. And I hope that comes up large enough for the viewing audience. Oh, great. So this is just broken down by what reflects the city's proposed budget ordinance. The major object categories: personnel, services, supplies, and the other category. I'll just go through these. The highlights of this really would be for personnel. The largest pieces of this, of course, would be the city's medical expenses, medical claims, which is within personnel. Also within personnel is the pension MMO. That's the minimum municipal obligation for next year, which is the non-uniform portion. That makes up the personnel side, and services are mainly comprised of the insurance premiums that the city pays during the year. So this schedule is, and all these future tabs are laid out in a way where you're going to see the 2024 actual numbers. The 25 forecast is a projected actual for the end of this year, and then of course 2026 is the proposed budget. I'll move on to 0189. This is going to be transfers, interfund transfers, which is consistent with last year. You'll note the 2024 column includes a huge amount that's transferred over to the State Grants Fund, which really represents the previous federal American Rescue Plan Act funds that came through the federal grants fund and were purposed and transferred and distributed. So that's why that number is so large. But for 2026, you can see there's support for the Neighborhood Services Fund. The Debt Service Fund reflects the continuing minimum contribution payment for assisting with paying the redevelopment debt on the Commonwealth Tower bonds, which is still a ways to go for maturity. They will not mature until 2033. Also, Capital Projects Fund is listed there. That's for additional support for that fund, and the Fire Protection Fund relates to an expansion of capital needs for the city's fire bureau, mainly for the apparatus vehicles that are going to be pursued next year, including ladder truck 2 and wagon truck 4. All right, that is those two areas on the agenda for general expenses and transfers. For other funds, Cedric, if you could click back to the very first tab for funds, and if you can maybe largen this one up a little bit as well. Thank you. This relates to a couple of the questions that were provided on the PowerPoint that we went over Monday evening. But I thought I would just show a real nice summary here of all the city's funds. There's 21 funds, including the general fund, and they're just classified there by their financial statement category. Predominantly governmental funds, which includes all those you see there, including our grant funds, which are broken down into 3 separate funds: state, federal, and the Community Development Block Grant Fund. A lot of partnering agencies here, which you're aware of, including DEP, DCNR, DCED, PennDOT, the Pennsylvania Crime or Commission on Crime and Delinquency. That relates to the GVI grants that were previously referenced this evening. The federal grants fund includes the bulk of the HUD funding that the Building and Housing Department manage, including the Home Program, Emergency Solutions Grant, the LED program, and also you're aware of the huge HUD-funded through DCED, the Multi-Parks Playground Improvement Project. The other funds underneath that are typical of any municipality, including the Debt Service Fund. Their names are self-explanatory. There's the State Liquid Fuels Fund, the Host Municipalities Fees Fund, Parks and Property Improvement Fund. These are of a special revenue classification, and that really mainly represents that there's a unique source of revenue that funds these particular funds. The State Liquid Fuels Fund, the city receives an annual allocation from PennDOT that is budgeted, and then of course we're mindful of the only acceptable or permissible expenditures that are allowed out of that fund, compliance-wise. Capital Projects Fund is there as a non-major governmental fund. It handles just that, capital projects. In recent years, it's been the streets and roads projects that have been heavily involved with the city. We have two proprietary funds, Neighborhood Services and the Harrisburg Senators Fund. Neighborhood Services, you can just see the breakdown, the underlaying of what the components are to that fund. The Senators Fund, of course, has been very recently active with the upgrade to the FMB Field Stadium project. The 7 funds on the left are still governmental. These are the special funds. They represent a function of the city when it comes to the public works, public safety, parks and rec, and so on. The last 2 on the bottom, the accrual fund, is a citywide type fund. That is mainly used for accounting adjustments in relation to audit preparation to get the books ready for financial statements, and would also include any arising audit adjustments. That's not an appropriated fund. As are the custodial funds at the bottom. They're not appropriated, but the city handles these. As you're aware, the city collects taxes for the school district and remits them accordingly. Includes real estate taxes, mercantile business privilege, amusement, and payment in lieu of tax payments that come in for the school district. And also the fire insurance escrow fund, which is used to account for the collection and payment of just that, fire insurance escrows, which is handled and communicated between the Codes Department and the City Treasurer's Office. Before I move on, would you like me, Chair Green, to stop there, or do you want me to?
Yes, we can stop there. If anyone has any questions or comments, we can open it up. We'll start to the far left. Any question or comments?
No questions at this time.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Always good to see you, Mr. McCutcheon. No questions from me.
Councilwoman Rawls, any questions or comments at this time?
Good evening, Mr. McCutcheon. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
President Hill, any questions?
I don't think so. No.
Councilwoman Davis.
Thank you, Vice President Green. Good evening, Mr. McCutcheon. Thank you again for being here. And thank you for the spreadsheet depicting the funds. I actually wanted to know, this is one of my questions about how many funds. So this is very, very helpful. And this may be the appropriate time. I'm not sure if a solicitor or you could answer this question, but in regards to the taxes, and I'm thinking of the business and mercantile taxes, that fund. So I did a little research, and I realized that prior to Act 47, businesses were paying 5% penalty, a 0.5% penalty fee, and that was in 2010 when Act 47 when the city was taken over by Act 47. Okay, so once the city was taken over by Act 47, the business and mercantile tax increased to a whopping 30%, and it's still 30%. And so my question is, I guess I can understand why the increase in that tax went up during the recovery period back in 2010, but now that we're out of Act 47,
We are not out of Act 47.
we're not fully out of Act 47? Okay, so then I guess the 30% business mercantile, it just was so huge that I just thought I'd ask about it.
I
It was
don't
went
have
from-
percentages in my head, but one of the check boxes, and there are things that are like check boxes upon exiting Act 47, is there would be an ordinance that came down to reconfigure business privilege related increases that occurred and that are authorized only under Act 47. The only caveat to that, because I haven't looked, is Act 47's been amended like 4 times, and I would just have to see how, since we did this, what they've said since then about these things. But the last time we looked, we were going to have to introduce an ordinance to readjust the business privilege, and I frankly forget if it's the penalty or if it's another fee associated with it. But it's one of those things on the box that you have to do as you're exiting Act 47.
I actually had spoken with Mr. Hughes during our budget hearing, so he, provided us the information in terms of how much of a penalty how much money the city incurred from penalties. And then I just did a little research and found that under the business mercantile prior to Act 47, the penalty fee was 0.5%, but during the recovery, once that began, it went up 25%. And so thank you for answering my question, because I was trying to get there to ask if and when this fee would be adjusted or considered.
The time it would happen is upon the exit, but we would also at that time have to see where the law stood. If you remember, we are under what I consider the equivalent of consent decrees with the courts, right? We have, and the one expires somewhere around 2052 or 2053. The other one goes on, I don't know how long, related to the water and sewer system that we're still a part of, and we've tried to exit, and that has not worked itself out. Even when we're out of Act 47, we remain under the jurisdiction of the court orders that created the recovery plan and the long-term contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So somewhere in that final petition, somewhere in those final orders, if I's are dotted and T's are crossed, this type of stuff will be laid out for what the city's steps are. But again, the law has changed that I know of about 4 times. I haven't looked in a while to see if it, I assume because of what Chester's doing, it'll change again, because they respond to what happens in distressed cities where problems become intractable. It's changed significantly because of Harrisburg. It changed significantly because of Scranton in the past. And Chester is the latest one that's creating judicial precedents related to its distress.
And come to think of it, I'm not sure if the increase would need to be extended to the end of Act 47. I mean, we're out of debt, so I'm not sure about that. Okay. So at that time, then that could be reconsidered.
I think the council and the mayor will have a series of things to reconsider at that stage. Upon the exiting of Act 47, at least as the law is written today, and there's been efforts to change it, we would regain our ability to borrow. When the judge entered their order, we still had the ability to borrow. That came later, right? So that law is one of the changes in the law. So we are prohibited from borrowing until we get out, and that has not changed.
Okay. I was also concerned, I wanted to make sure that the fee or the penalty fee is transparent to the community, but I don't think it's very transparent, actually, of how much that fee is. I'm a business owner. Okay, it came as a big surprise to me. It was kind of like, out of where is it at? I don't see where, the penalty is, depicted. Well, now I haven't seen it on the website, but I was told that it was on the website, so that's one item I have to go and take a look at. But I know that my tax preparer, they're not, relaying that information as far as this penalty.
So I would suggest that perhaps, because business privilege taxes and mercantile taxes are so localized, it's not something you get a lot of expertise or training in as a tax preparer. I mean, it's just not statewide law. It's not, it's individualized. So that's one of the realities. I mean, frankly, I had a business, and that was the last return I always filed, was the city's mercantile tax return, and it's on gross revenue, which is sort of a unique design. So. But that is what's authorized by state law.
Yes, state, local, and federal is very clear. But then there's that penalty that I was just concerned about because, again, I never received, and other people that I know, other business owners, had never received anything about the penalty. And 30% is a lot of money. So what would you recommend? I mean...
Nothing. I don't have, okay. I mean, there's nothing I recommend we settle the lawsuit that's related to the incinerator and get out of Act 47, which is, be my cue to go. So...
Can we post that information so that it's transparent to the community?
Okay, you're talking to the wrong person at this point in time.
Somehow, make it more transparent.
Sure, I will recommend to the mayor's office of business administrator.
I mean, it just needs to be more transparent.
It's there. I just don't know. I don't look at it, so I'm not there. But I will. It should be there with the business privilege tax. But I don't know of any tax that if you don't pay it on time doesn't have a penalty. That's the simple reality of taxes.
Well, yes, I do understand that. I'm a taxpayer. All my taxes are paid. Everything's paid. Trash bills and everything. So I'm just, I was just curious about that penalty. And I thought this was the appropriate time to ask about it.
If you want to see the ordinance, I'll have the ordinance printed out for you to where it is.
Sure. I'll take you up on that. Thank you. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones, you have a follow-up question?
Just a question to kind of piggyback off Councilwoman Davis, as far as you bringing up the Act 47. I have a question for you. Maybe you can answer. I know this thing has been moved around a couple of times. I know we exit, right? So we got a financial plan to exit. Well, what are you going? You just going to drop the EIT and the LST? That's what I was, because right now it's doubled. I thought it was going to. Are your microphone on? Is your microphone on?
I guess it's not. But it's permanent. The EIT in that Act 114. Of course, that's subject to change, right? Like anything else that's in the fiscal code. And the LST is a step down. I think it's 10 years after they adopted it.
Well, it was 5. They might have adjusted it.
No, I think it's 10 and 5. So okay. I think it's 10 and 5, but maybe I got them reversed. But I believe the first period is 10, and it goes down to 1/3 of it goes away, and and they have that for another 5 years. But I will tell you that on the Hill, as my understanding, there is a proposal to make what we collect the standard, like tripling it across the state.
I see those numbers.
Right? Because they're looking for sources of lost revenues in cities because of the real estate tax crisis from rentals. So there was, and whether that has legs, I don't know it. So you know, that was this year. It was up there, that discussion of whether to allow that to be across the board and stay.
That's
So,
good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
Yeah, thanks for answering that question though, because I mean, what we brought in like 18 million off of them too, somewhere around there.
I don't think it's that high, but I'm not positive.
Yeah.
It might be 12 all in, maybe 11 or 12.
All in?
Yeah, 11 or
Okay,
12.
I
it
thought
might
it was
be.
probably
I think
around
one is about
18.
8 and one's about 4, but not quite on either of them.
Yeah. Thanks for the clarity. No further questions. Hold on. Wait
I
a
was
minute.
just going to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the clarity. Thank you.
Did we answer your question? I just want to be sure.
Yes. Well, who is he talking to, you or me? Oh.
I was going to offer, if you wanted me to check with Mike, the tax administrator in the mercantile office, because he's the man. I mean, he knows the info quite well.
I've been communicating with
Okay.
him, and he did send us the information we requested, and I just wanted to follow up this evening. This thing was a legitimate question, that's all.
I'm sure he and I will talk over the course of the next couple of days.
Thank you, Solicitor Grover, for clarifying, and you also, Mr. Hutchison. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you would like to continue on with your presentation.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Very good. So Fund 26 tab is the Harrisburg Senators Fund. And of course, again, this relates back to the stadium upgrade project. You'll note in the budget for next year, there's the $6 million anticipated drawdown of the already approved RACP grant award, specifically for this particular project. And then hopefully then the turnaround of that is reflected down below to reimburse the general fund. That's what the other transfers out means. It's the $6 million and also the supporting revenue that comes from the senators, namely the stadium rent and parking related type revenue. Fund 60 is the capital projects fund. The main sources of revenue here include, just going top down, the public works really is the street cut revenue that materializes during the year, and right below that, the hotel tax, the $1 million. This fund accommodates the actual receipt of those two revenue items, and then it is subsequently transferred to the general fund. Intergovernmental relates to grant-related support for the various capital improvement projects, which again this year being proposed is the majority of which are streets and roads type projects. There's interest income, and then the transfer in, that's, I mentioned that on the transfer schedule, that's support from the general fund. And the capital outlays really show up as various, again, streets and roads projects. There's a new item this time for Riverfront Park, an electrical upgrade effort of $500,000. And then also there are still 2 bridge projects that are on the horizon for the city. Namely Market Street over Paxton Creek and Walnut Street over the Jonestown Road. That's capital projects. Fund 20 is the State Liquid Fuels Tax Fund. I mentioned this before. This is funded by the allocation the city receives from PennDOT every year, and it's a guide to what can be expended during the year, but also the city is allowed to utilize prior year available cash or fund balance because this fund is restricted. It's limited to the allocation, but it's also restricted to the type of expenditures that the city uses it for, which a lot of it goes to streets, roads, maintenance, snow control, and also traffic light and street light power needs. This is liquid fuels. The next fund is Fund 21, the Host Municipalities Fee Fund. Again, the revenue source on this one is a quarterly payment the city receives from the Solid Waste Management Authority in in Lancaster, Laxwama. It's a quarterly payment that's based on it's the Act 101 host fee payment based on disposed tonnage and the applicable host fee rate that is utilized. So this fund serves environmental but also community type initiatives that'll happen during the year. It's of a community and economic development classification. The next fund is Fund 70. This is the debt service fund. This is just simply funds in, funds out, supporting funds from the general fund and the liquid fuels fund, which, I didn't think of this when I was reviewing liquid fuels. This is important too. It's funding for the PIB loan. That's the Pennsylvania Infrastructure Bank Loan. That is in year 6 of its 10-year life. So that one will mature in 2029. And I mentioned earlier the HRA Commonwealth Tower bonds. That's the minimum contribution the city has to make every year. So that's like I said, that's a matching revenue and expense fund. The last set of funds are the special funds. Fund 50 is the Blight Remediation Fund or Neighborhood Mitigation Fund. It's mainly made up of sorry, have a pause here. There we go. Mostly mitigation fees, building permit fees, and revenue related to the vacant property registry that comes in. And this is a fund that's utilized by the Bureau of Codes. Okay. Moving on to Fund 51, this is the special projects, or I'm sorry, special events and project reimbursement fund, but it's not so much events. It means events that Public Works chips in to handle from time to time. The biggest revenue source here is really recycling type related revenue that comes in to this fund, and it's again overseen and managed by Public Works. Fund 52 is the Fire Protection Fund, and there's not much activity in this fund outside of the rental income. The big item is the transfer from the general fund, and this is all about trying to build up a fund balance, if you will, that relates to the Fire Bureau and the fire chief's plans for strengthening or upgrading the apparatus fleet, mainly the fire vehicles. So there is a plan this year to have $600,000 dispersed. That's what the other capital line represents, along with $700,000 from the general fund, which is 1.3. That's approximately 1/2 of the cost of the intended ladder truck 2, which the other 50% is covered by the Firemen's Relief Association. So this is fire protection. Next is police protection. And again, its revenue sources include other fines, forfeits. There's an Act 120 police training reimbursement that ties in from the Pennsylvania State Police that's utilized for training of new hires or cadets at Harrisburg Area Community College, or HAC. It's utilized in that way. It's a reimbursement type award, but it's a consistent revenue source for this fund. There's also some contributions that materialize during the year. The next fund is Fund 54, which is the Parks and Recreation Fund. It's made up of 3 different budget units, including one for City Island, Reservoir Park, and there's an events type happenings that Parks and Rec staff manage. It's sourced by park permit fees, other licenses and permits, rentals, and contributions. And the staff or the director there develops the budget for the amounts you see on the right column. This is the Parks and Recreation Fund. Fund 55 is a smaller fund. It's for the Channel 20 studio, WHBG TV. Not much activity, and again, we're not anticipating any revenue for next year outside of what might be what will be generated through the interest income through the Treasurer's office. But there are funds that have been proposed to be appropriated for this year for certain needs, including supplies and some smaller capital needs for that particular endeavor. The last special fund is the events fund. And again, this is primarily made up of contributions that the director works on continuously through the year for all the major events that happen during the year for the city. There are other permit type fees that come in. That's what the Bureau of Parks and Rec line represents. A lot of the vendors that participate in the city's events have to pay a vendor fee that relates to participate in that. But the miscellaneous line includes the contributions that get generated during the year. And that budget is very similar to prior year. So that again, this completes the overlook of the other funds. It's very summarized, but at least it shows you actual numbers, projected actuals, and then of course the comparable budget. And it's organized by the subcategories for revenue and our major object categories that are reflected in the budget ordinance. Do you want to pause right there? Or?
If anyone has any questions, feel free.
I have one question.
Yes.
Thank you for the overview of all of the special funds. I think that was helpful. My question relates to the state grants fund. You mentioned the inflation due to the former ARPA funding. I would like to know, in previous years, when we've discussed initiatives that were outlined in Bill 5 of 2023, that we had to allocate those funds for a particular program or initiative. Is that accurate? Would funds from that, the state grants fund, need to be allocated in the new year in order for them to be utilized in the manner, I guess, in which we thought they would?
Okay. I think the best way I can lay that out is really what is in the state grants fund has already been, however you want to say it, authorized, appropriated, approved for those particular initiatives, which again don't include, and I know you're referring to back to the all-encompassing ones that were in that bill.
Right, the initial.
And as you know, they weren't all
right.
Move forward.
The response we received was they were not moved forward because they were not specifically, I guess, reallocated for. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know the city solicitor he's very good with the language on how to explain that, but you're on to it.
Okay.
And I think as the years end it's like the time frame ends, but then if they need to be re-established or reappropriated for the new year, and that did not occur for the ones that are, I don't want to say left out, but they just weren't acted upon to move them forward. If those, as an example, if one of those ones would be brought up again, it would have to come from the general fund. It would have to come out of there because it's not. Again, what's in the state grants fund relates to all those ones that were completed or appropriated, and then the general fund moved the money into the grants fund, and some of them are paid down almost in their entirety right now. Others are still being haven't been really touched much or being chipped away at. But those ones that are not part of the state grants fund, you're correct. They would have to be brought forth to be formally appropriated, to be moved again
Yes.
from general to state
To
grants.
state grants.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from any of my council members? Councilman Jones, the time is 9:39 p.m. Seeing none.
Okay. I thought I'd been kind of booking pretty well here, but
Yes, you're doing very well.
all right.
We've covered a lot tonight.
All right. This, if I can, if I'll, at your pleasure, I can move forward. This is the new agenda item, and it relates to revenue. But what I thought would be good on this is to show the 2025 approved represents the original appropriation, by the way, that was done at this time last year. And that's versus the column on the left, 2026, which is what is being proposed before you. And the difference shows up there. Really expediently here, down to near the total, Cedric, the subtotal, the four things that stand out: miscellaneous revenue, there is a bit of an increase of $2 million, roughly. That really represents the anticipated occurrence of more insurance proceeds related to the Broad Street Market restoration project, as that project really moves forward heavily into 2026. Another item that stands out is the intergovernmental revenue line, which is up by over $2 million, and that, as you know, with the Commonwealth increasing the capital fire allocation from $5 million to $7 million, that's mainly what's occurring there through Chief Enterline and the Fire Bureau and the city's efforts to try to get what resulted. The next line down is a decrease of $1.8 million. Again, this is the interfund transfer line. That's the supporting from other funds, the support that is available. Now, it's down from last year, but there's still a need this year of almost $8.6 million. But that is mainly two items. That's the I talked about the stadium fund, the $6 million RACP award, and then the city is also utilizing available interest income that's been generated from the deposit, originally sourced by ARPA, but it's the state grants fund that's generating the significant interest income. So that's revenue. Down to expense, there's just a similar comparison there among the various functions of the city. And the items that stand out with this budget versus last year's original appropriation include Department of Public Safety, which is $3.9 million roughly. Police is increasing overall by about $300,000. It's mainly the Fire Bureau has a significant amount of capital increases for next year, including upgrade at Station 1, and of course I mentioned the fire vehicles that are in play for this year. The other thing that is a decrease of $2.1 million is just less capital expenditures that are in the facility maintenance department. And the last item on expense, again, transfers to other funds, that's down somewhat. And that mainly includes what I went through previously on the transfers tab. This is the general fund, of course. And you can see it's the proposed column for 2026 is a balanced budget. I should say it really is utilizing, it results in a revenue over expense of a little over $4.1 million. You'll note there's a fund balance appropriation amount of $2 million as part of the revenue. It's not revenue, but it's a resource of looking at prior year fund balance. It's only reflected there because we thought it would be good to demonstrate that really shows the additional $2 million that's coming through this year for the capital fire, and that was not really, it wasn't appropriated. So it's being shown here as part of the net difference, the net revenue. But even if you take that out, you can see the city with this budget has a $2.1 million excess revenue condition. So that's the general fund, Cedric, and if you can just click one more time to this. This is the same format. This is just, I wanted to do the same thing for neighborhood services. And it has, again, the various revenue categories and the components to it in expense. Again, this is a balanced budget. The proposed 26-column revenues equal expenses without any projected need for use of any cash fund balance. So, and it's comparable to prior year. There's, for revenue, there's an increase of $85,000, which the city is anticipating new recycling type revenue. And the interfund transfer line under revenue, there's more support that's being required to assist this fund to accommodate expenditures. And the overall change in expense is not very material, about $300,000 greater than prior year 2025, 22 million versus 21.8. Any questions or comments on that?
I'm going to start to my immediate right with Councilwoman Davis. Any questions?
Thank you, Vice President Green. I was just going to ask, what slide was this one, or which slide was this that you just read from for the Neighborhood Services Fund?
And actually, it's actually it's not. It wasn't on the PowerPoint.
Okay.
It's just a separate Excel
Okay.
file that I
That's
crafted.
why I can't see it. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was missing some. Thank you.
Sure.
That's it.
Thank you. President Hill?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rawls, any questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Rodriguez?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones?
No questions.
Thank you very much.
And
Please.
I just wanted. I appreciate your time. I know this is not the easiest thing to look at this time of the day, but the questions we went over in the PowerPoint Monday night, we got to the end, and I know we went through them. Did we answer all of your questions? And
I have not heard any follow-up questions from that, so I believe you answered all of our questions.
Okay. I thought there was one on contingency funds or reserve funds, and this is rather important because I don't think we really addressed it Monday. Just talking about each fund's cash balance as the reserve. That really is what the reserve represents. When you're looking at projecting revenue resources, you think of that in terms of your budget expenses should be limited to such resources. Cash balance can be considered to be used and is reasonable in when we have occurrences that are, for example, extraordinary investment capital outlays like Broad Street Market, if we're looking to ease any debt service requirements, or also if there's any solutions that we need to do related to remedying any pension shortfall occurrences, which this budget does not include. And the last thing I'll mention again is just the city needs to keep being mindful of utilizing, analyzing revenue sources to build the budget for any particular fund, not just the general fund.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCutcheon. Does anyone have any further questions? Seeing no questions, I appreciate your presentation for all the work that you do, for watching the numbers and making sure that they all get to us correctly, and explaining them to us a little slower, as we don't always catch on as fast as you do, because this isn't our full-time job as far as running the numbers. And I know we spoke earlier, and Mr. McCutcheon will be back on Monday to give us an overview of our fund balance and things like that, kind of just a wrap-up report. Okay. And so I appreciate that. Either it'll come in email or he may come in and give it to us in person again. So I appreciate all that you do.
Okay, very good. Yeah, thank you much for that. much appreciated. Sorry I couldn't make it entertaining as much as I like to, but
I think it was
we wrapped
entertaining
it.
for me. It was entertaining for me.
Okay.
Thank you, because I learned a lot from your presentation. I appreciate that and all of the effort that you put in to explaining the funds. It was educational. Thank you.
All right, very
Yep.
good.
Thank you very
Yep.
much.
And thank you, Cedric, for walking me through. Yep.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
I believe that wraps up committee business and wraps up our final budget hearing. I do believe our meeting is Monday, which will be our legislative session where we hope to vote on the budget. I would ask any council members, if you have any amendments, if you could send them to Mr. Truesdale, Mr. Humphrey beforehand, just to make sure we're not all sitting the same amendments and reading them over and over again. Of course, you do still always have the option to bring an amendment from the floor. It doesn't have to be sent beforehand. That just kind of allows us to not have the same thing being asked over and over again. Now I am going to pass it over to Council President Hill.
Thank you, Vice President Green. We will move forward with our meeting agenda with public comment. Just a few housekeeping notes. If you could please state your name and your address. If you don't feel comfortable sharing your address for the meeting record, please share the vicinity in which you live. You will have 4 minutes to share your comments. Mr. Humphrey has added a timer to the screen for your reference. I'll begin to my right. Is there anyone that would like to offer public comment? Seeing and hearing no one. Anyone in the middle section? Yes.
There we go. I'm Doug Hill, 709 Green Street, Harrisburg, and I'm here tonight as the chair of the board for the Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority for the city of Harrisburg. And for the viewers, we are a Commonwealth agency that was created to provide advice and assistance to the city in working its way out of its working its way through its fiscal recovery. I am pleased to have had the opportunity to watch all the YouTube videos, as has most of the members of our board and our staff. And I just want to very briefly say that one of our responsibilities is to provide advice on the proposed budget. Based on your schedule, I don't think our advice will be available to you prior to your passage, but that's no bar toward you acting. And instead, the advice we provide will be relative to observations on the budget itself and its implementation. I do want to say that we appreciate the level of detail that is included in the proposed budget as prepared by the administration. We also appreciate the relationship we have with the mayor's office and the financial staff. They've been remarkably responsive to our board. And then I also want to thank the council because you have spent considerable amount of time, and you have an excellent format that gives the public and gives our board a lot of in-depth detail on each of the line items and each of the priorities and fiscal matters that are facing each department. So I appreciate being with you tonight, and you can look forward to hearing from us, and we invite you to be in touch with us at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to my left that would like to offer public comment? Okay, seeing and hearing no one. The time is 9:53 p.m. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We stand adjourned.